at 412-373-2000. Oh, disappointing loss as the Pirates are swept by St. Louis in 4 games at PNC Park. Today's final score, 10-5. KDKA Radio News Time is 4:32. Our next update at 5 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Life-changing medicine is happening every day at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
We have the luxury to be bold, to continue to be pioneers in the world for innovative heart care.
We are the place of discovery. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
By combining technology, research, and the latest innovations, patients from all over the world come to UPMC.
Because of the expertise that exists here at UPMC, it allows us to take on patients that have been turned down at other centers.
We offer unique heart procedures that you cannot get anywhere else.
One of our founding mantras is that compassion has to be at the forefront of everything that we do.
From leading the region in cardiac procedures to being the only center in the state to offer integrated women's health and heart care, UPMC is pioneering life-changing cardiac care every day. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, short show with Pirate Baseball. Margot kicks it off now with traffic. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Getting a report for an accident on the Highland Park Bridge. That is in the northbound lane, right towards the exit of Aspinwall. This is causing a lane restriction, so bumper-to-bumper traffic is backing you up in that area. Also, looking at a disabled vehicle on 28 southbound, right before the exit towards Route 8. All lanes are now open there. However, residual delays may back you up. In that region, the other major roadways are looking very heavily stacked with rush hour delays. The Parkway West inbound, that will start backing you up starting from the middle of Green Tree Hill. Also looking at bumper-to-bumper traffic on the outbound side of the Parkway West, starting from the county jail. The Parkway East also starting to back you up from the county jail on that outbound side as well. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy, breezy, and cooler through the rest of this afternoon with a shower around, high 51. A couple of showers late tonight, low 37. And some rain and drizzle from late morning on into the afternoon tomorrow, high 51. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow morning, 5:30 until 10 on the Big K Morning Show. We welcome the month of May and the Pittsburgh Marathon. What you need to know, even if you're not going to go.
Larry just said, welcome the month of May, which got me to thinking, A guy like Andy Lindbergh will appreciate this. He's like the only guy who appreciates my humor. Remember those old Eaton Park commercials? The merry, merry month. The merry, merry month. The merry, merry month of May. Pat Septak probably remembers those, too. I see him laughing in the newsroom. Anyway, you got to be a certain age and have a certain sort of sense of humor. Those were catchy, though. The merry, merry month. The merry, merry month. I wonder if we'll see those starting tomorrow. Huh. Stay tuned. Those, and they look so good. It never really compelled me to go buy berry pie at Eaton Park, but I think that's what those were for. But they were catchy. They really were. All right, short show because long Pirates baseball. And they elongated the heck out of it and then didn't get a win. If they're going to play like super long games, at least get W's here. NASCO Roofing, instant access to all our shows, just a click away. Email us, instantaccess@kdkaradio.com. Always listen for that Drive at 5, which is coming your way in like 90 seconds now because it went on so late. The stories driving the news every single day at 5, brought to you by Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. All right, there are two stories, one of them local, that tie in together. And it's about how much you pay attention to what's being taught at your schools. Are you active? Are you somebody who just puts your kid on the bus and gets them off the bus? Do you pay attention to curriculum? There's a lot here. And there's much I want to talk about at 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020, at least for this little while. Okay, how about we start local, and then I'll give you the national story. So Pittsburgh school board members voted yesterday to approve a policy change that some say could force teachers to censor lessons on topics parents with sincerely held religious beliefs may disagree with. According to an amended policy, staff are now required to provide reasonable and realistic advance notice to parents or guardians when instruction is planned that may conflict with sincerely held religious and or moral beliefs. Okay, that's the first one. We'll circle back to that in a minute, but the thought that veins through both of these is, why are you teaching this stuff in school? Just teach kids how to do algebra, teach them science, teach them some social studies and what the capitals all are, keep it moving and go home at 3 o'clock. To the national story. The Justice Department's Civil Rights Division today in Illinois launched investigations into 36 public schools in the state of Illinois, 36 districts, to determine whether they have included sexual orientation and gender ideology in any class for grades pre-K through 12. If they're teaching this content, the investigation is going to examine whether the schools have notified parents of their right to opt out, and the investigation will also assess whether the Illinois school districts limit access to single-sex intimate spaces, like bathrooms and locker rooms, yada, yada, yada. A quote here from the Assistant Attorney General in Illinois, and it goes like this. The Department of Justice is determined to put an end to local school authorities keeping parents in the dark about how sexuality and gender ideology are pushed in classrooms. Supreme Court precedent leaves no doubt. Parents have the fundamental right and primary authority to direct the care, upbringing, and education of their children. Okay, so a local and a national story today about what's being taught to yo kids. How much do you pay attention? That's the question here at 866-391-1020. So I don't think parents are asking too much to know what's being taught at all times. And again, these are public schools. That's the big thing here. But let's get back to this. How does it benefit a public school teacher? And why do teachers or administrators want to put themselves in situations where they force the issue? Why would they want to put themselves in the crosshairs here? Why would they want to put themselves in a position where they potentially could lose their position? That's the part I don't understand. When you start to hear words like indoctrination, or whatever the heck it is, I can't say it. When you start to hear those words, then you start to wonder if it's really happening. And you also get the drum beat by people, I'm going to homeschool my kids. This is why I homeschool my kids. That's the last thing I'd ever do. Those school districts are yours. You're paying taxes. They're yours, and they're not the teachers. They're not the administrators. They're yours. Work to fix them. But in the Pittsburgh case, where school board members voted yesterday to approve this policy change, some say could force teachers to censor lessons on topics parents with sincerely held religious beliefs may disagree with, the fundamental question comes back for me. Why are you pushing up against that line anyway? Pennsylvania law already allows parents to ask their children's school to exempt them from instruction that they fundamentally disagree with. The Pittsburgh policy now further enshrines that right. But school board director Emma Yord said that while she could appreciate the district's intent, she had concerns that the policy would put an undue burden on teachers. No. The burden is no burden at all. It's actually super simple. Hey, anything you think might be near that line, why are we teaching that in a public school? Teach them how to do math. Teach them what the state capitals are. Teach them about, I don't know, Lewis and Clark. Teach them about stuff like that, and make sure everybody has their jacket and the right boots on if it's snowing, and get them on the right school bus and get them out of there. That's the part I'm not understanding. How this is even an issue. Why it's up against it if you're a teacher. And what teacher wants to have that much influence in that world over any student anyway? Again, I want to talk about this. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. I don't know who's benefiting from this or why we're even here. But it's two high-profile cases, a lot of population, and two places that are left asking a lot of questions. A lot of school districts, 36 of them in Illinois, and a pretty big school district right here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So, as parents, and again, back to the pillar point here, as parents, how much do you ask your kids? Whether they're in first grade, whether they're in 11th or 12th grade. What'd she learn at school today? Can I look at some of your material? What do they got going on there? And how much do you review it? That's what I want to get into to start. 866-391-1020. Do you know someone in your community who has done something extraordinary in the past year? Nominate them right now. KDKRadio.com to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event. Traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Continuing to see a lane restriction on Route 8 right before the Highland Park Bridge. That's at the very beginning of that in the northbound lane. Taking a look at the other major roadways, bumper-to-bumper traffic backs you up all over. The Fort Duquesne Bridge, the southbound side of that heading towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel, is stop and go. Same story with the Parkway West outbound starting from the county jail. The Parkway East outbound is bumper-to-bumper starting from the Oakland on-ramp, and both lanes of the Liberty Tunnel are stacked as well. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Life is all about attitude and perspective. The old saying is the glass half full or half empty. Life will always throw curveballs, so how do we survive and actually thrive? This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Yes, I will get the weight off of you. That's a given. But I also find the root of the eating, and that's always emotional. It's actually weight loss therapy, and I know it works. People lose weight, feel better, and have lifelong tools. I want to help you. I really do. Call me 1-800-900-THIN.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on May 5th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
Kid Rock, a celebration 250 years in the making. Freedom 250 Tour, the road to Nashville. Saturday, June 20th at the Pavilion at Star Lake. The American Badass, Kid Rock, with John Party.
Got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown tonight.
Get tickets now at livenation.com. The ultimate American party, Kid Rock.
Hey folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
All right, Goldberg, Persky White, Pioneers at Asbestos Litigation News Desk. A look ahead what's happening. Top of the hour, Pat Septak. Hi, Pat.
Hey, Colin. The State House has just passed two bills, one that tackles the issue of bullying in schools, and another that would require school counselors to get more involved in the lives of students. That's coming up at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Oh, the next hour, I got a question about cell phone etiquette that I have to bring up. I just do. But these two stories about schools are interesting. I'm going to grab your calls in a minute. So, the Pittsburgh Public Schools, they had to approve a policy change, and teachers are now going to have to think about what they instruct, and if it goes against sincerely held religious beliefs that parents may disagree with. In Illinois, the Justice Department is looking at a civil rights probe into 36 school districts to determine whether they've included sexual orientation and gender ideology in any class for grades K through 12. And they don't just look into it because, well, they think, let's just on a whim look into it. They've obviously got complaints. That's the way that it works there. And it gets back to a common theme and a common denominator here. Why, if you're a public school teacher, would you ever think about pushing an issue? Would you ever think about pushing the standard? Would you ever even put yourself in a position to be questioned? You're not there to influence kids in that realm. You're there to instruct them. Those are two way different things. Ask Mount Lebanon. How much did it cost them when that goofy first grade teacher, whatever it was, decided she wanted to teach what she wanted to teach about transgenderism, and then a couple parents sued and won. Cost them a lot of money. 866-391-1020 for Anita in Oakmont. Hi, Anita.
Hi, Colin. This is a long-awaited call, but I want to give you a few examples of what my 3 youngest grandchildren have gone through over the years with schools.
Sure.
Okay. So we can go back 15 years because right now the youngest is 21. The others are 22 and 23. And so this is what I had to hear from my grandchildren. So Bellevue, up in Bellevue, the youngest, 15 years ago, comes to visit me, and she starts singing, Obama, Obama, we love Obama, okay? Then I take them into Pittsburgh to see a nice...
well, I have a question. Did they learn this as part of a lesson, or did they learn this from other kids?
No, this was in school.
Well,
Okay,
that's
this was
again
in
vague.
school.
Did they learn it as part of a lesson, or did they learn it from other kids?
All I can tell you is that's what she learned in school.
Well, my kids learn a lot in school, too. They learn from their peers, but that's much different than learning from a structured curriculum. Was that taught as part of a music class?
I can only tell you what I've heard, okay?
Well, yeah. Well, can you clarify that? Because those are two different things. Because my kids hear stuff all the time from peers.
I understand what you're saying. So let me give you a couple other examples, okay, just of what I've experienced as a grandparent.
Sure.
So take them into Pittsburgh for a nice, Christmas function at a church. And at that point, that was when they had the tent people set up complaining about the 1%ers. And there's, again, another grandchild, and she was about 8, and she said, I hate business, just because they were in town seeing the tent people, okay? And then I had to teach all 3 of them how to write cursive, because the one was told that she didn't need it. She didn't need it, all right?
Well, I'm teaching my kids cursive, but only how to write their name, because I don't think they need it either. Only need to write their signature. Very seldom.
Personal opinions, I get it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just talking about what's going on, and this has been going on such a long time.
Right, and I appreciate your sentiment, but it needs to be much more pointed. Are those things being instructed as part of a curriculum? Are they being taught? Or are they just hearing them in the hallway? Those are two different things. See, the 2 examples I offered, one in Pittsburgh Public Schools and one in the state of Illinois, are part of curriculum. That's much, much different than an inability to define or loosely just say school. Again, I appreciate your sentiment, but unless you're able to nail down that it was instructed by instructors, teachers in this case, then that's just school. This goes over the edge for a lot of people when it's part of the lesson, part of the curriculum, part of the plan, part of the instruction. And that's my question. Why do teachers want to get in this mess? That's what I don't get. 866-391-1020. I'll continue this, and also, I have a question about cell phone, the way you carry yourself with your cell phone. Cell phone etiquette. How about we put it like that? Traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Crews are cleaning up a couple of accidents this rush hour. One on Cedar Avenue and Avery Street in the city, another on the 300 block of Freeport Road in Blonoxboro, and another on Beaver Road and Ohio River Boulevard in Glen Osborne. The other major roadways are looking heavily congested as this afternoon rush hour. We are in the midst of it. The Parkway West outbound backs you up from the county jail. Also looking at bumper-to-bumper traffic on the southbound side of 579 heading towards the Liberty Bridge and Tunnel, and the Parkway West inbound is brake lights starting from Green Tree Hill. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information. from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. And brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
I'm Emma Greed, host of Aspire with Emma Greed, a podcast where I sit down with people who don't just dream big, they build big. From culture-shaping voices like Mel Robbins to leaders redefining success like Tracy Ellis Ross to game-changing entrepreneurs like Mark Cuban. Aspire is about mindset, ambition, and doing the work that actually moves the needle. If you're ready to raise your standards and take charge about the life and career you're building, Aspire is where you start. Follow and listen to Aspire with me, Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast available wherever you get your podcasts.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more, and Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-981-1620. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-981-1620 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-981-1620. Again, 412-981-1620. 412-981-1620.
Head to PNC Park on Sunday, May 3rd for the first family fun day of the season when the Bucks take on the Cincinnati Reds at 1:35 p.m. Arrive at PNC Park early to enjoy the Family Fun Zone on Federal Street, presented by C&M Play Studio with fun for the entire family. Plus, all kids 14 and under take home a Pirates-themed comic book in honor of Superhero Day. And be sure to stay after the game for Kids Run the Bases, presented by Chicken of the Sea. Get more info at pirates.com/familyfundays.
Are your glass shower doors past their prime, dated, tarnished, faded, or maybe just boring? Transform your shower into a spa-like retreat with a customized glass shower enclosure from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request online at boulevardglassandmetal.com. Simply pick a layout, answer a few questions, and send it. They'll get back to you with a price. Or call 412-621-1799.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 50 degrees under cloudy skies at Pittsburgh International at 5 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. The news is brought to you by your local Western PA AAA travel office. Travel with someone you trust. The Heinz History Center is expanding. News Radio KDKA's Rob Taylor has details.
The hard hats and shovels were out today as officials broke ground on a 92,000 square foot expansion of the Heinz History Center. President and CEO Andy Masick.
You'll find a theater, a 150-seat theater that will show a film about why is Pittsburgh here and why are Pittsburghers the way they are.
And there's more.
A new plaza, a new cafe. You'll be able to see all the way through to Penn Avenue. Penn Avenue will be a cultural corridor from the Strip District all the way to Point State Park.
And all the addition will span 6 floors on the Penn Avenue side to be completed in the next 18 months. Rob Taylor, News Radio KDKA.
Police are investigating after a robbery in North Oakland this afternoon. Pittsburgh Police Safety say officers were called to the 300 block of South Craig Street for reports of a robbery around 2:40 p.m. Police say a female suspect entered the Berry Fresh frozen yogurt store and opened the cash register. She then reportedly hit the cashier in the face, took money from the register, and fled the scene. The cashier was not injured, and police continued to investigate. Pennsylvania lawmakers looking to get school counselors out from behind their desk and back into the lives of students. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more.
The House has passed a bill introduced by Representative Mandy Steele that would require counselors to spend at least 80% of their workday in direct contact with students, focusing on mental health, career planning, and academic support. If it passes the Senate and is signed into law by the governor, schools would then be required to publish an online comprehensive counseling plan. The goal is to limit administrative paperwork or covering classrooms to no more than 20% of a counselor's schedule. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
The State House has also passed a bill that would require parents to be notified if their child is either the victim of or the instigator of a bullying incident in schools. Now, this bill would also require parents to be told about the incident within 24 hours and what steps are being taken as a result of the bullying. The bill covers not only physical and verbal bullying, but also online harassment of a fellow student. CBS News correspondent Jim Krasula reports on a legal challenge to what is considered to be the strictest law of its kind in the nation.
6 transgender Idaho residents are suing the state over its new bathroom ban, set to become law in July. It penalizes people for using bathrooms that don't match their sex assigned at birth, even in private businesses. Violators face jail or prison time.
The plaintiffs want a federal judge to declare the law unconstitutional. President Trump has nominated a Fox News medical contributor to be the next Surgeon General. CBS News correspondent Cammie McCormick reports.
The president called Nicole Sapphire a star physician who has spent her career guiding women facing breast cancer. His previous choice, Dr. Casey Means, was stalled in the Senate over questions about her experience and stance on vaccines. She was a close ally of Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. She was the second Surgeon General pick whose nomination has been withdrawn in Trump's second term.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 790 points, the Nasdaq closed up 219 points, and the S&P 500 closed up 73. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. The Bucs' losing streak continued today as they got swept by St. Louis at PNC Park. Today's final score, 10-5. KDKA radio news time is 5:04. And currently, it is 50 degrees under cloudy skies in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast are next.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
All right, Margot's got you covered with some traffic issues right now. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. What you got, Margot?
All right, thanks, Colin. Looking at slowdowns on the Parkway West outbound, starting from the county jail, heading towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge and after the Fort Pitt Tunnel as you make your way towards Green Tree Hill. Also, lanes on both sides through the Liberty Tunnel are stacked. The Parkway East outbound also slowing you down, starting from the Oakland on-ramp as you head towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Of a mostly cloudy sky tonight with a couple of showers, especially late, a low of 37. Periods of rain and drizzle tomorrow from late morning on into the afternoon with a high of 51 and a chilly start to the weekend Saturday. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Spring storms can cause havoc. When water gets in, ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh, they get to work. 412-RECOVER, the best call to make in the worst situation.
Man, the yellow van, call ServiceMaster.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, great text here. We get a bunch of great texts at 866-391-1020. Actually, I meant that, and I'll explain in a minute about a bunch of. But anyhow, text here that came in 8 hours ago. Hey, Bill, this is Drew Peterson, Internet Sales Manager at Star Lake Ford. Hope you're doing well this morning. I received a notification that you were interested in a Maverick. Did you have a specific one on the lot that you were interested in? Let me know. Obviously the wrong number, but nonetheless, we'll pass it along to Bill, and maybe he'll get in touch with Drew Peterson for that Maverick truck. So that's that. Not to throw any shade at Star Lake Ford, but I suggest you go to Schultz Ford. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling if you're down that way, and always online at schultzford.com. So they have plenty of Mavericks. That I do know because I was at Schultz Ford and Harmer on Saturday. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. That's the number. That's the phone line and the text line. You know what else? In looking at this text line, I'm not here to pat myself on the back or blow smoke. It blows me away how few texts the other shows get comparative to this one. I come in, and there's like 3 texts from, and then the other ones are from 22 hours ago. It's like my show, drops off, there's 3, and then they start again with my show. Does nobody text those other shows? Do they not ask for texts? How does that work? Anyway, text me anytime, and I generally text back, too, in the breaks. 866-391-1020. All right, cell phone etiquette. So, answer me this. In this day and age where we're sort of tethered to our cell phones, and we've been tethered to our cell phones for quite some time, and we always have them, and many a time we'll have them right up until we fall asleep. Many people will, although I don't advise that. That'll keep you up. Then you sort of plug them in or you do whatever and you go to sleep. I think that, I don't even know what the percentage is, but I would guess that a decent percentage of people turn the ringer off or notifications or whatever off when they go to bed. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I could be totally wrong there. All that being said, is it perfectly okay to text someone at any time? 1 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 5 in the morning, whenever. With this being the understanding, when they get up, they'll get it. It's more of a passive communication, not necessarily like a phone call. Because here's the thing, I get up at 4, okay? I get up at 4 o'clock. And if I have something on my brain that I think is like top of mind, and I have a terrible short-term memory. I can remember plays in our baseball game when I was 8 years old, who the cutoff man was, who he then threw it to, who he threw out, what field we were at, if the game. I remember stuff when I was 8 years old. I can't remember stuff from 3 minutes ago. So that said, whenever I get a thought that I have to share with one of my friends, most of the time it's like my buddy Billy White or Bob Ando or somebody like that. And we're like on a text chain, especially. And we're cracking jokes and doing things that guys do, right? If it's 4:02 and I'm up that time every day, and I know most likely one of those 2 guys aren't up, I'll text them and just text it to them, and I know, okay, they're going to get it when they get up. Even if it's kind of a not necessarily somebody that I text regularly, I will text it running the risk that, okay, that might wake them up. I don't think it will, because any logical person hits the ringer off or whatever, the notification off when they go to sleep, and they'll just get it when they wake up. Is that a fair assessment in this day and age? I kind of thought about that today because here's why. Phone calls are a different thing, right? There was a phone call that we got last night, my wife did, which was from a friend, which was fine. But it bordered right on the edge of being maybe too late. Maybe, just maybe too late. But I was wondering if that person made the same sort of applicable stance, had that same applicable stance. It's applicable to what I'm doing to text with cell phones. That, listen, it's your responsibility to kind of turn it off. I'll text or call whenever I want to, and you'll just get it. Do we treat cell phone communication as almost like the new email? With text, I think it's a 100% yes. Like, I don't ever text somebody at 4:03 in the morning and then get a text back, "You just woke me up," because that's kind of on you. I would feel weird about calling somebody that early in the morning because I might get a call back or even a text back. "Hey, do you really need something? Your call woke me up." It's just a very strange dynamic that we now have an ability to communicate as quickly as ever, but I do think that there's something different with the urgency with which we communicate, or, well, we don't even communicate with that urgency. Text here, 866-391-1020. People I know, we don't text after 9 p.m. And they say, don't have a phone in the bedroom near your head. Radiation. Huh. Never heard that one before. It's not near my head. It's on a nightstand, which is a little ways away. But nonetheless, I kind of think if radiation was going to get me, it's already set in. Dave's in Rankin. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Colin, how are you?
Fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. I heard the rhythm was going to get you, not the radiation.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Are you into like that Latin beat?
I'll tell you what. Back in those days, I just like looking at Gloria Estefan.
Yes. Oh, man. Rhythm is going to get you. Rhythm is going to get you.
The music was okay.
What was that, like my guess is like 1988, maybe, thereabouts?
Very good. I was in Johnstown for a bowling tournament. I was 20 years old, and I met this girl, and we ended up back at my hotel. And the song that was our soundtrack that I can never forget is "Anything for You" by Gloria Estefan and the Miami Sound Machine.
Oh, well, where were you? What city were you in again?
Johnstown.
Crazy stuff can happen in Johnstown hotels, that's for sure. What about texting people? Especially what? To Gloria Estefan as the soundtrack?
No, especially when you met the girl at Joey's Satellite, which was a famous discotheque back then.
Yeah, seems like it. Man, high-flying times. You better watch yourself. Yep. But anyway, what about texting people? Too late or no?
I think it is. I use the same rules that I apply to phone calls. My buddy who I lost, unfortunately, a couple of years ago, he was the kind of guy who could call or text any time of the day or night because he was just that kind of friend, and he was always up at weird hours and stuff. And I send you messenger messages at weird hours because I know you're up. I know your schedule. You know what I mean?
Right.
But generally when it comes to average everyday people or people you don't know that well or whatever, I use the same courtesy. If you're not going to call them at that time of day, I won't text either.
Huh. So he's a hard liner like that. If I wouldn't call them, then I won't text them at that time. Very interesting. As always, you can listen to us, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA, on that Odyssey app, AUDACY. It's all brought to you by Metropolitan Window Company. Why don't you go to KDKRadio.com to check it out, or our YouTube page, which is fantastic. Your call's next. We'll keep this up, 866-391-1020. And also, there's a new product on the market. I heard about this yesterday and talked about it briefly. I just don't know if I could do it. I don't. But call or text. Do you treat it like a phone call? Texting too late at night. This was an issue this morning that I thought about. Traffic now. Is that an issue? I don't know. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Seeing brake lights back you up all throughout the major roadways. The Parkway West outbound continues slowing you down, starting from the county jail as you head towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Also seeing some brake lights on the Parkway West inbound through Robinson Town Center and then further down right before the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Also, heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel on the outbound side of the Parkway East, lanes jam around the Oakland on-ramp. Also, a few brake lights on 28 outbound will start backing you up from the city. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Spring savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, great on the grill, ahi tuna steaks are $9.99 a pound. In the produce department, Haas variety avocados are 5 for $5. In the deli, Garden Fresh Pico de Gallo, 12-ounce packages, $3.99 each. And additional savings this week, selected varieties Totino's tortilla chips, 10 to 12-ounce bags, 2 for $7.
Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson with your Lowe's weekend weather update. The first weekend of May will turn out cool with high temperatures mostly in the 50s. Saturday will likely be on the cloudier side, maybe even a few showers. Sunday looks like the brighter of the 2 days. Spring into deals at Lowe's. Shop Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch, 5 bags for $10. Plus, get up to 35% off select major appliances. Valid through 5/6. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. While supplies last, selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Goldberg, Persky, White, pioneers in asbestos litigation. News desk. Look ahead what's happening. Pat Septak, 5:30. Hi, Pat.
Hey, Colin. It's widely known that there weren't many arrests at the NFL draft last week, but we do have a story coming up about a couple who are facing charges on trying to profit from the draft via prostitution. We'll explain coming up at 5:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Fresh record highs on Wall Street today for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ on signs of strength in the U.S. economy. It grew at a rate of 2% in the first quarter, and jobless claims last week plunging to the fewest since 1969. Now, even though inflation was higher last week, mostly because of skyrocketing prices at the gas pump, the Dow today up 790 points, a more than 1.5% gain. The NASDAQ rose 219, the S&P up 73, both up around 1%. Oil closed lower, but still at $105 a barrel, even though the standoff in the Strait of Hormuz between the U.S. and Iran continues, and there are no peace talks scheduled. EV maker Rivian posting a narrower than forecast loss last quarter. That's after the closing bell. That's ahead of it debuting its new R2 SUV. And candy giant Hershey says a lot of people using weight loss drugs are eating less food but chewing more gum because of Ozempic breath. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
What in the world did that guy just say? Ozempic breath. You taking Ozempic gives you bad breath? That's so not my world. I don't know. But the numbers are big. A lot of people on it. I need to know. 866-391-1020. I don't feel like Googling it or typing it in. Ozempic gives you bad breath? That's what that fella said? And look, it might be like the most common side effect ever, and I'm just missing this because I've never really read up on Ozempic in terms of what the side effects are. I'm sure that they say it. You ever listen to those commercials, watch those commercials on television? It'll list like a drug, and then it'll say like, side effects are, and it'll list 7 million things. I guess maybe that's one of them. Bad breath with Ozempic. Whew. That's incredible. So they're stocking up on gum. You'd think they'd make a non-bad breath Ozempic. If they can make you lose all kinds of weight, they can make you not have halitosis, one would think. I don't know. Anyway, how about this? So ahead of the World Cup, I don't know why these two things are intertwined, and I wonder if they truly are. Coors Light is tapping into the growing non-alcoholic beer market. Now, this story's trying to tie those two things in together. I don't know if that's the case. If it's because of the World Cup coming to America, it might be. I don't know. So Coors 0.0, it says the brand's first non-alcoholic beer. Wasn't Coors Cutter non-alcoholic, or was that just low alcohol? Anyway, it's rolling out in Northeast retailers in May. Heineken, Budweiser, Guinness all have NA options, no alcohol. From 2021 to 2025, listen to this. There was a 134% increase in businesses offering NA options, no alcohol options. More consumers are interested in healthy alternatives, and a stigma once existed around sobriety. So it was cooler to be drunk. That's starting to vanish. That's according to a report in the USA Today. Look, what are the benefits of this? I guess I've never been one, back when I drank, that my favorite taste in the world was beer. And I largely drank beer. Stayed away from the hard stuff for the most part. But taste wasn't one. That was clearly a number 2 rank. Effect was number 1. Then it was taste. But I guess there's enough people out there, and I guess the number is pretty big, that absolutely love the taste of beer. So that's where it is, and they got to have this. It's kind of like, the cutting the grass, all right? I'm done cutting the grass. I got to have that beer, but I don't want to have that buzz, and I'm off alcohol, all that kind of stuff. But I want to sit down on a nice hot day, maybe not even a nice hot day, maybe an oppressively hot day, and have that cold beer and taste it. But I don't want the effects of it. What's the percentage of people who truly like the taste of beer? Beer drinkers even. 25%? 35%? I hear Margot going to Jack in Mount Lebanon, who I think is on the phone. I agree. I think those two probably like the taste of beer. I don't know. We'll find out in just a little bit. We find out about traffic right now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Hi, Margot.
All right. Hey, Colin. Taking a look at the major roadways, traffic is not letting up on them so far. The Parkway West inbound continues slowing you down starting around the beginning of Green Tree Hill as you make your way towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound, bumper to bumper from the county jail. The Parkway East outbound slows you down around Technology Drive as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Also looking at a few slowdowns on 28 outbound starting from the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Tax time began, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, it's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Shenderovich and Fishman, their fee is only 25%. Call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. Shenderovich and Fishman, they've got your back, not your wallet.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Take advantage of our Mother's Day sale, which starts now. It's our best deal of the year. Save up to 60% off. Visit legacybox.com/radio and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/radio for 60% off. legacybox.com/radio.
When the paycheck stops, the planning starts. Retirement isn't about a number. It's about income that lasts through every stage of life. Secure Money Advisors focuses on building retirement strategies around income, tax efficiency, healthcare planning, and legacy protection, all working together in one coordinated plan. Claim a complimentary copy of your book today at righttrackbook.com. That's righttrackbook.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
Larry Richard for Specialty Window and Door. Owner Rick Fish and his experienced local crew have been installing windows and doors since 1980. I know firsthand the great work of the local craftsmen at Specialty Window and Door. They installed the windows at my son's home and the front door. Vinyl, fiberglass, wood, custom solutions designed for your home. If you want real experts, not general contractors, go with the name that's built on one specialty. Specialty Window and Door. Visit specialtywindowanddoor.com.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 51 degrees under cloudy skies at Pittsburgh International at 5:30. I'm Pat Septak. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. And by the elder law attorneys of Julian Gray Associates. Safeguard your assets and ensure your wishes are honored. The family of a woman who died after falling into a sinkhole in Unity Township nearly 2 years ago has filed a wrongful death lawsuit against U.S. Steel and another business. The lawsuit says Elizabeth Pollard, who was looking for her cat, stepped out of her car that she parked at Monday's Union Restaurant when she fell into a sinkhole from an abandoned mine. Her body was found 20 days later. The lawsuit names the restaurant and U.S. Steel as defendants. The lawsuit says neither the mine owners nor the property owners took adequate measures to address the risk. The Richard King Mellon Foundation announced it is contributing $1.9 million to the city of Pittsburgh, $1 million of which will be used to expand the city's Learn and Earn Summer Jobs program for youth into a year-round program, much to the delight of Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor.
That's huge. That's life-changing for some of our kids in the city of Pittsburgh. So very excited. I think that's a huge win for everyone.
Funding will also be used for the city's Independence Day celebration and to help transform Mellon Square storefronts downtown into a new restaurant. Well, 2 people are facing charges of trying to profit from the NFL draft via prostitution. Police say 22-year-old Barry Brumley and his girlfriend, 31-year-old Hillary Sanders, both of Louisville, Kentucky, traveled to the extended stay hotel in Cranberry Township on the first day of the draft and placed online ads promoting prostitution. An undercover officer responded to the ad on April 23rd and agreed to meet Sanders at the hotel. She took the money from the officer and then was arrested. Brumley and Sanders are facing felony charges of promoting prostitution and other crimes. They are in the Butler County Prison in lieu of bail. And on Wall Street, the Dow closed up 790 points. The NASDAQ closed up 219 points, and the S&P 500 closed up 73. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. A disappointing loss as the Pirates are swept by St. Louis in 4 games at PNC Park. Today's final score, 10-5. KDKA Radio News time is 5:32. Time to call One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for the best affordable health insurance plans tailored to your needs. Our next update at 6 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Progressive knows that for business owners, vacations hit different. But hey, at least you finally took a vacation. And look at that. You only answered 53 calls, 84 emails, onboarded 1 new hire, and covered for Chris while he's out on paternity leave, and you did it all from a kayak. Because you, my friend, know how to relax. All right, you may not know how to take a day off, but you do know both your personal and business auto insurance needs can be covered in one place with Progressive. So at least that's relaxing, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
All right, here we go. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Looking at a disabled vehicle on Selma Run Boulevard. That's in that northbound lane, and it's causing some bumper-to-bumper traffic right off of Bossman Street. So look out for that. The other major roadways are still looking at bumper-to-bumper traffic all over. The Parkway West inbound, that bumper-to-bumper traffic starts from Green Tree Hill. You'll hit your brake lights on the Parkway West outbound starting from 2nd Avenue. And looking at some slowdown on the Parkway North outbound right from the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy tonight with a couple of showers around, especially late, a low of 37. Cool tomorrow with some rain at times from late morning on into the afternoon, a high of 51. Mostly cloudy Saturday with a shower, high 50. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow morning, 5:30 until 10 on the Big K Morning Show. We welcome the month of May and the Pittsburgh Marathon. What you need to know, even if you're not going to go.
All right. Man, short show today. Before we're out of here, the death of a legend overnight. Somebody that didn't just dress the part, but lived the part. I'll explain. Oh, it's starting to come out now. Who was rehired by the Post-Gazette, who was let go in this round of rehiring. Okay? And sadly, this from Scott Mervis, music critic. The job offers went out last night for the new Post-Gazette. I did not receive one. So after 41 years, Friday will be my last day at the paper. All the best to my colleagues. Thanks to all the musicians for all the great conversations over the years. That's from Scott Mervis, music critic. End of an era there. 100% so. He served as a legitimate journalist, and there's not many left these days. Now, I'll grab your calls in a minute, but I started talking to a lot of people over the past week. There's been a lot of cheerleading. Rah, 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 rah. Post-Gazette is saved. And I feel good for the people because the foot soldiers are different than the management. Anywhere you work, pretty much. Okay? And so this big rah, 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 the Post-Gazette is saved. I feel good that people are keeping their jobs, for the people who are keeping their jobs, many of which I worked with at some point, because I worked there about 10 years at the Post-Gazette. But if you think that the Post-Gazette is being saved, think again. It's the person who owns this conglomerate with the other news gathering and dissemination house in Baltimore is a radical left hardline socialist. He's George Soros on steroids. This guy is just going to compound the democratic socialist nightmare that is Pittsburgh. Mark my words. I'm not saying that without talking to a lot of people who told me that, including other people who wanted to buy the Post-Gazette and are absolutely positive they had more money and had a higher bid. There's a lot of people talking about how this was a political play and not necessarily something that was a get every dollar that you can get. So stay tuned for that, because that's really, really interesting to me. Again, I feel good for the people keeping their jobs, but the people in the upper reaches of the office and then the people out covering games or stories or news or whatever, those are two vastly different things. Let's see which way the opinions lean. Let's see which way the news coverage leans. And let's see which way it goes. Because I'm here to tell you, and a lot of people won't say it, it's going to be really interesting to see where it goes. We got caught up, and people are still caught up in this honeymoon and this afterglow. Rah, 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 rah. Post-Gazette saved. Post-Gazette saved. Well, all right. Talk to me in 6 months and see what kind of newspaper it is. Sports is generally something that's independent of all of that. Sports is sports, and they don't necessarily infuse politics. But the other part that I found really interesting was that there was a letter that went out to the Post-Gazette about, hey, hire the best people, keep it intact, we got your back, yada, yada, yada. And it was signed by the members of Allegheny County Council, who everybody thinks are lunatics. Bethany Hallam, that Schulman lady, Dan Grisbach. And, of course, they're going to speak up and say, rah, 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 we're on your side because, well, look at where they're headed. So, again, it's just something to keep a pulse on. Jack in Mount Lebanon, do you like the taste of beer?
No. How's the family, Colin?
Fantastic. Everybody's working for the weekend.
Yeah. Hey,
yes.
Whoever invented alcoholic beer, non-alcoholic beer, is an idiot.
Pretty much. It would seem like it, although it's maybe for somebody that's had a problem with alcohol and still wants to have the taste of it, perhaps it could serve as something that's helpful.
It doesn't work that way. I did that. I quit drinking for a while years ago.
Okay.
Drinking non-alcoholic O'Doul's made me want to drink.
Oh, so it had a different effect on you.
Yeah, so I started drinking again.
Yeah, well, it's doing okay. So who do you think the market is for this? Then if you say people don't like the taste of alcohol, then they're selling a ton of it. Then who's the market?
I have no goofballs.
Okay. 134% increase in businesses, not in sales, but in the amount of businesses who are offering this. That's gigantic.
Well, maybe the designated drivers,
Good call. Now we found a bit of a market. All right. People that want to have a beer, but they've got to be responsible. So there we are. Now we found somebody.
And have a good time with their buddies, yeah.
Okay, all right. How long did you not drink for?
20 years.
20 years?
Yeah.
And you drank O'Doul's that whole time?
No. I just drank water.
Jeez. Okay. And then you said, hell with this?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Did you watch a Pirate game today?
Yes, sir, I did. Hey, I want to ask you a question about that.
Okay, sure. I watched it. I watched it kind of peripherally. Although, I honest to gosh, Skeens gave up the home run. I was so tired. I slept the next 2 innings with my head down on my desk. Then I woke up, and I watched the rest of it with Andy Lindbergh. So tell me.
Okay. Skeens gave up 5 runs.
Uh-huh.
The Pirates gave up 5 total. No, 10 total.
Right.
But they scored 5 runs. So why did Skeens get the loss?
Well, were they trailing and never led after he came out?
I don't think they ever led.
Well, then that's why.
Okay. I didn't know. I didn't know that. I figured since, it was 5-5, they, you know what I mean?
Jack, this is far too involved with mathematics for 5:44 in the afternoon when we're talking about beer.
Well, yeah, after I've been drinking since today, 1 o'clock.
Exactly. Let's not get it all twisted here, Jack. Too much. Demand the yellow van. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh, when disaster strikes, you demand that yellow van. Warmer weather rolling through, then cold weather, then warm weather. Unstable weather is pretty much what it is. So what starts as a small leak because of those storms can be a major water damage overnight. Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh responds immediately. When I say immediately, you know what I mean? 24/7, 365. That's when they get there. Handles all storm damage. When every minute matters, make the right call. Make the only call you need. 412-RECOVER, 412-RECOVER. That's the number. Demand that yellow van. Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. It is the best call to make in the worst situation possible. 412-RECOVER. Let's hit traffic, Margo. All right, PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA-AA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Crews have now rolled up to the scene of that disabled vehicle on Sawmill Run Boulevard, the northbound lane, right at Bosman Street. So it is causing a lane restriction. The other major roadways are still looking at their rush hour delays, hitting the brake lights heavy for this one. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Right now, we'll make your move to the Village perfect too. Up to $2,000 toward moving costs. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Make Cinco de Mayo delicious with Easy Cater, the easiest way to order food from favorite restaurants for all your celebrations. From April 27th through May 5th, every order placed earns you 1,000 bonus rewards points. Whether you're looking for traditional favorites like tacos and tortas, festive options like a build your own nacho bar, or hosting a breakfast fiesta with huevos rancheros and breakfast burritos, Easy Cater makes food for Cinco de Mayo a cinch. Order now at easycater.com with promo code Cinco de Mayo 26. Restrictions apply. See offer details.
Attention, Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more. And Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-674-5196. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-674-5196 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-674-5196. Again, 412-674-5196. 412-674-5196.
Pat Septak, he's got you covered at the top of the hour with lots of news. Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Here's a look ahead at what he is working on. Hi, Pat.
Hey, Colin. Another organization makes a financial commitment to the city of Pittsburgh, and it's great news for the city's youth. We'll explain coming up at 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
You've heard the news. Now, talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Short show, ripped through it. Pirate game was like one of the longest games that was regulation since the pitch clock went in, it felt like. But it was what it was. Man, they're in a bad way right now, aren't they? They got to get it back together. Paul's in Robinson. Haven't heard from him in a while. Hi, Paul.
Hey, what's up, Colin?
Not much. Speak up.
Hey, listen, about that alcohol thing. I got 12 years in sobriety. O'Doul's, whatever, it doesn't taste really good. I tried it for a minute, and it does. Jack was absolutely correct. It does make you want to drink. But I did try this, Colin.
Yes.
Willie Nelson came out with a drink that's made with THC.
Yes, I know some people. I know some people that have that. Yeah, some people that have had that. Yeah, does it make you feel high?
No, not really. It mellows you out, though.
Well, yeah. I mean, then it makes you feel high.
Yeah, no, it's like $60 a bottle too.
Oh, see, that's too much. That's too much. You know what I was thinking about today, Margo, as I was going through some notes? We haven't heard from Brody and Swissvale in forever.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Hearing that name just made me realize that.
I know. I don't. You know why? Because I was reading something and somebody's name was Brody, and I was like, wait a minute. He would call or text like once a day normally, or at least multiple times a week.
But remember, you took a huge break at one point.
He did take a huge break. Maybe
I think last summer.
Maybe he's taking another huge break. Maybe he went on vacation. Then he said he had like this girlfriend or something that lived out of town. Do you remember that? It was like something.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, it was something interesting. But we have not heard from him in an inordinate amount of time.
Dang, and I like Brody.
Me too, a lot. And he was always driving around. I hope he's okay. Brody and Swissville. Check in tomorrow. Regular show, 2 to 6. That'll be a lot of fun to send you off into the weekend. All right. Death overnight of somebody that was, how do you put this? They were authentically themselves.
You know, I'm just an old man now, covered with scars, and most of them I got fighting in them redneck bars. And a bunch of brand new tattoos that Squinch put on me.
David Allen Coe.
Yeah, he covered up the ones I'd gotten years ago back in prison when I was just Dave Coe and I wasn't famous then. And I wasn't free. You know, I grew up in a 3-room rundown shack.
If you listen to this guy and you really go through his stuff, he was probably and is probably the last of the Outlaws. Now, some will say it's an act. I did a lot of reading on him. It's definitely, I don't think so. He grew up real poor, redneck, Southern Ohio, bounced around, was imprisoned, all of that kind of stuff. And I think if you go through his writings and the stuff that he wrote autobiographical. And there's not a lot of songwriting that's like that left. Merle Haggard was like that for the most part. Tom T. Hall was like that. But there's not a lot of people left like that, especially those old outlaws. He might be the last of the old outlaws like that. He danced over the line sometimes with some of the stuff that he said. But in terms of an original outlaw and one of the last of his kind, David Allen Coe 100% was that. And even now, when you look at it, songs aren't stories anymore. And I think that's what I probably missed the most about that sort of time frame and the songs that came out of it. Catch you tomorrow. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Alrighty, thanks, Colin. All lanes are now open on Sawmill Run Boulevard after that disabled vehicle was backing up the northbound lane around Bosman Street. The other major roadways are not looking much better. The Parkway West inbound continues to slow you down around Green Tree Hill. The Parkway West outbound slows you down around the county jail. And the Parkway East outbound is bumper to bumper starting from the Oakland on-ramp. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Join KDKA Radio Saturday at noon for Minority Health Matters, a monthly look at health disparities in the African American community. It's brought to you by Central Outreach Wellness Center, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Spring savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, lean and tender pork shoulder steaks or roast are $1.99 a pound. In the produce department, fresh red ripe strawberries, 1 pound packages, 2 for $5. In our deli department, jalapeno popper dip, $7.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Old El Paso dinner kits, 8 to 13 ounce boxes, 2 for $7.
So get in on the spring savings at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. 24 months, no payments or interest. $500 off. Restrictions do apply. But call 412-543-6003.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-642-3615. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-642-3615 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-642-3615 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-642-3615.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-743-8080. That's 1-800-743-8080. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-743-8080. That's 1-800-743-8080.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Who says vaping is safer than cigarettes? Science does not support that belief. Vapes can contain a variety of chemicals, flavoring agents, cancer-causing elements, and other harmful substances. High levels of nicotine in some vapes can be more likely to lead to addiction, and chemical ingredients are not always listed accurately on vaping packages. Vaping can also damage your DNA, your heart, your lungs, and even your smile. Enough with the puff. Learn more at ul.org/vaping.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 52 degrees under cloudy skies at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. This afternoon, the city of Pittsburgh announced another organization has made a financial commitment to the city. News Radio KDKA's Rob Taylor has a story.
The Richard King Mellon Foundation is contributing $1.9 million to the city of Pittsburgh. $1 million of it will go towards the city's Learn and Earn program. That gives young people ages 14 to 23 a chance to have a summer job. But the R.K. Mellon Foundation's contribution will now allow the program to be...
That's huge. That's life-changing for some of our kids in the city of Pittsburgh. So very excited. I think that's a huge win for everyone.
Mayor Corey O'Connor also says funds will be used to redesign Mellon Square storefronts downtown into a new restaurant. Rob Taylor, News Radio KDKA.
Meanwhile, a new tuition-free program for students at several regional campuses is underway. News Radio KDKA's David Balrado has that.
The University of Pittsburgh announced the program is for eligible students at its Bradford, Greensburg, and Johnstown campuses, as well as students in the Titusville nursing program. Students whose household adjusted gross income is $75,000 or less will pay $0 in tuition. The schools will cover whatever remains after student aid has been applied. There's no special form to fill out. The campuses will apply the grants and cover the difference when students submit their FAFSA or free application for federal student aid forms. Students will still have to cover room and board and textbooks as well as any other student fees. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
Earlier this week, Pennsylvania House lawmakers voted to allow PennDOT to offer electronic forms of driver's licenses and ID cards. That bill would give Pennsylvanians the option to obtain an electronic driver's license and ID card in addition to physical ones. Now, drivers would still need a physical copy of their license during a traffic stop by police. The bill passed 186 to 15 and now heads to the state Senate for consideration. President Trump has signed an executive order establishing retirement accounts for millions of qualified Americans. CBS's Linda Kenyon has the latest from the White House.
The president says he's making good on his pledge to give all Americans the same types of retirement accounts available to federal employees.
Beginning at the start of next year, every American will be able to go to TrumpIRA.gov and open a new low-cost IRA account.
Trump says the accounts will include federal matching funds.
Low-income Americans will be eligible to receive up to $1,000 per year.
These accounts will be available for those who earn less than $35,000 per year. It will take congressional approval to expand the program to people who earn more. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
On Wall Street, the Dow finished up 790 points. The NASDAQ closed up 219, and the S&P 500 closed up 73. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Well, the Bucks' losing streak continued today as they got swept by St. Louis at PNC Park. Today's final score was 10-5. KDKA Radio News Time is 6:03. It is cloudy and 52 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
The birds are singing, the flowers are in bloom, the sun is shining. What more can we ask for? Maybe to feel great and be the best version of ourselves. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Isn't it time to take care of ourselves now? We put it off during the cold, dark, dreary days of winter. But it's time now. Get rid of that extra weight, which affects our movement, our physical health, and yes, affects our mental and emotional health. Have more self-confidence and self-esteem. Be happy, be healthy, be alive. Call me at 1-800-900-THIN.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
Here we go from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. It's KDKA AAA traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get an update. Hi, Margot.
All right. Hey, Michael. Taking a look at those major roadways, bumper-to-bumper traffic backs you up on the Parkway West outbound, starting from the county jail. Also looking at some backups on the Parkway West inbound side, starting from Carnegie. The outbound side of the Parkway East is slowing you down, starting from the bend at Bates. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Well, a mostly cloudy sky tonight with a couple of showers, especially late, a low of 37. Periods of rain and drizzle tomorrow from late morning on into the afternoon with a high of 51 and a chilly start to the weekend Saturday. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Do we ever have a gazillion things to talk about tonight on this Thursday? Michael Bartley here till 10 o'clock. Hey. So, don't worry. We have some unbelievably great topics. Timely stuff. And by the way, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse. I'm not. But I got to tell you something. It's taking me a few days to shed my denial. All right? It is. It's just taking me a couple days. I can't help it. So, but I'm now reluctantly admitting it, that it should have been done way better. I have a tough time. I just can't be negative about Pittsburgh. I can't do it. It's a mental block, and it's tough on me. It is. I want everything to be Shangri-La, and I can't help it. But you know what? The truth is the truth. The truth is the truth. And I realized the truth after I did my show last Saturday live from Arts Landing, and I took my out-of-town guest to one of my favorite Pittsburgh restaurants, Kaya and the Strip. I heard it from the horse's mouth. They never went to the Strip District. They never went to the South Side. They never went to Western Avenue. They never went to Oakland. They never went to Lawrenceville. They never went to Shadyside. They never went to Squirrel Hill. They never went to Mount Washington or Mount Lebanon or any of our wonderful, wonderful destinations. Notwithstanding, look, like you, I got tons of texts and emails telling me how wonderful our city looked, how beautiful our skyline is. And let's be honest, it was a huge success public relations-wise. You could never, ever buy that kind of publicity. Never. And that's my take overall on the success. And I had a lot of fun. But I'm now admitting the obvious after talking with so many merchants. On Saturday, again, after my show from the draft, I took out, I had three guys staying with me, big NFL fans, and I took them to one of my favorite restaurants to see one of my favorite waiters, Brian. He's maybe the best waiter in the city at Kaya Restaurant. Love it. I love Kaya. I was told there that over the 3 days of the draft, their business was the lower it's been in their history. That the first night of the draft with 60,000 people, that was their worst day they've ever had being in business. You know, the Post-Gazette did a fascinating story as well that I was reading today about the North Side, 2 or 3 blocks from Acrisure. And I go to Pepe's there and Nikki's Thai and all those places, and, you know, like the Strip District, Jimmy Cohn, who owns Yinzers, and, you know, all the places in the Strip, phenomenal places. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. All those businesses on Western Avenue, just a few blocks from Acroshore, the business never came. Never came. And all those places. The existing businesses around the city loaded up on food and supplies and extra staff because it was going to be an onslaught of business and everybody was going to make a lot of money. There were, and I know at least one, tiny small vendors with an umbrella or whatever it was who bought juice or water or whatever it was and were in those neighborhoods and all this type of stuff and bought all that stuff and never had business. And they're stuck with what they bought. Now, I'm not throwing stones. I'm not trying to blame anybody because I'll tell you what, internationally, Pittsburgh is a crown jewel and it looked phenomenal. And then my company, my folks that I had from out of state, we ate at two of our favorite restaurants, one downtown, one on the Strip. And when I went, they went every night to that draft, and they did stay in the North Shore. They did. With the exception of I might take them to the Strip District in downtown. Nothing else mattered, so I get it. Now, the CEO of Visit Pittsburgh is quoted today as saying, we had a lot of research on just fan behavior over the last 3 drafts in Kansas City, Detroit, and Green Bay, and this is the exact same scenario that played out in those markets. This is a highly centralized event where fans travel here primarily to experience everything that's going on inside the draft footprint, meaning the North Shore, in and around Acroshore or Point State Park, or Arts Landing for that matter. So what I don't understand is why, and again, you know, and Visit Pittsburgh was, they said they were hopeful that, you know, the migration of fans would go get into the neighborhoods, all that type stuff. But they found out in the end, at the end of the day, the fans wanted to stay inside the NFL footprint. Then why not? If you saw what happened in the other 3 cities, I don't understand why. What was there an effort, and I can't find one, was there an effort to lure, maybe that's a bad word, or at least market the Strip District, the North Side, Mount Washington, Oakland, Shady Side, Lawrenceville, and all communities in and around? Was that done? And I've been looking high and low since all the criticism, and I can't find that it was done. And so I'm finally admitting that this was great, and some of it was not so great. And I completely understand why a lot of vendors, why a lot of businesses are mad. And they're mad. And they're mad. Hey, live and learn. But overall, I'm still giving it an A+, but I get it. I get the frustration. I do. And but look, at the end of the day, you couldn't buy that kind of exposure for Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, a place I love more than anything. But I get it. I do. And next time, and listen, if we could do that right, we could do any major event right. Get a political convention in here. Get it all. Get the Final Four in here. I don't care what you have to do. Get it. And market the neighborhoods better. That's all I'm saying. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. All right, from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it is KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's head over to Margot. Hi, Margot.
All right. Hey, Michael. Taking a look at the major roadways. Bumper-to-bumper traffic continues to back you up on the Parkway West outbound, starting around 2nd Avenue as you make your way towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Also, the inbound side slows you down around Green Tree Hill. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Here we go again. Talk of a heavily taxpayer-funded hotel at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. But as researchers at the Allegheny Institute for Public Policy keep reminding, it's not enough to say, build it and they will come. Taxpayers are and should be skeptical of the promised payoffs by politicians using public money on their favorite schemes. If demand truly exists for such a hotel, there's profit to be turned by private investors. Learn more at AlleghenyInstitute.org. That's AlleghenyInstitute.org.
What is life-changing medicine? The discovery of cancer at the earliest possible stage, challenging limits and transforming the impossible into reality, or connecting people to doctors and specialists when they need it most. At UPMC, we believe life-changing medicine is all those things. Our goal is to change the world of medicine and the lives of those around us. UPMC. Changing healthcare, changing lives. Life-changing medicine.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah. Betty called me last week because her mother's in a nursing home and had given her $30,000 2 years ago. I told her that 5-year look-back will not apply. We can get it fixed. Call Zachariah Brown at 724-942-6200 or visit PittsburghElderLaw.com.
It is coming up on 620 from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Here's a look ahead at the 6:30 news. In the newsroom, Pat Septak. Pat.
Hey, Michael, fans of the Heinz History Center have reason to rejoice. The museum is getting an expansion. Details coming up at 6:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A big earnings beat from Apple after today's closing bell. It raked in $57 billion just from iPhone sales last quarter, with better than forecast sales in China. Now it's raising its shareholder dividend and buying back a staggering $100 billion worth of its own stock. Earlier on Wall Street, fresh record closing highs today for the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 after another round of mostly strong earnings from big tech names late Wednesday. Also, data out today showed the U.S. economy grew at a solid pace of 2% at the start of this year, and initial jobless claims last week the fewest since 1969. At the close, the Dow was up 790 points, the NASDAQ up 219, and the S&P added 73. And oil closed lower, but still $105 a barrel. And Amazon now in discussions of producing a reboot of The Apprentice TV show, which propelled Donald Trump to fame years ago. Among the hosts being considered, Donald Trump Jr. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Okay, it's obvious we can do better. I know you want to talk about it. 866-391-1020. I couldn't believe. I didn't realize it was that the capacity of my favorite restaurant in the Strip District saying, one of my favorite restaurants, saying that they got no business at all. And, one of my favorite restaurants is in Beaver. One of my favorite restaurants is in Butler County. They got crushed too. I think I live and learn. I'm not going to throw stones. I'm not. I know some people want to, and I just didn't understand if they knew that this was so NFL centric. And again, it was the biggest success we've ever had internationally with the optics and image. But and I don't think I have to keep going into that. But at the end of the day, I want to be honest. And I was in denial about it, and I'm like, stop being negative to everybody who's crying about it. But guess what? I'm kind of crying about it too, since I saw that waiter's face and everything they prepared for. And I know people agree, and I see some of you want to talk about it, and we will. Tanya in Verona. Tanya, you're on KDK. Thanks for the call.
Hi, thanks for taking the call, Michael.
Sure.
Two things I wanted to say. This happens a lot with the opens in Oakmont. Oftentimes the town itself makes little to no money and ends up shelling out more money for like police protection and so forth. But they got a lot of money for the last open, and I think, if I recall correctly, there was $1 million contributed by the county or the state to help do things to host this draft. So you said we didn't pay for this kind of publicity, but in fact, we did. Everybody paid for it, but not everybody got return on investment.
And I get that. I do. And speaking back, and I was at the Open at Oakmont, but I it's interesting you say that, bring that up, and I it didn't escape me, but I'm glad you brought that up. And I remember, because of the access, and you know how Halton Road is and all that, in and out and everything. But I remember my brother and I went to do the bus at Monroeville Mall Inn, and that worked beautifully. But I never went down to Allegheny River Boulevard, and I'm there a lot. Oakmont Bakery folks are my dear friends, and I have a lot of cousins in Verona and Oakmont. I've been to a gazillion weddings in St. Irenaeus. I know all the restaurants, and I love it there. But we
little businesses.
Yeah, exactly. But we never went there for Oakmont. We didn't. And I just, all I'm saying is, and I don't, all I'm saying is I think visit Pittsburgh or whoever, Tanya, they need to somehow get the word out that there's a phenomenal restaurant here and place to get this there and all that type stuff, and give people some choices so that during the day, because, I don't think the majority of people went to the North Shore at 12 noon.
No, and they're probably staying at hotels in various spots.
Yeah, saying, what should we do? What should we do? And there's a gazillion things to go and do.
For sure. Like any time you go to a town that you've never been to and you got some time to kill, you're going to look around. You're going to try things. And I don't know. I mean, I just feel like they had plenty of time to think about how to do this and how to get the most bang for the taxpayers' marketing buck.
And Tanya, I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm not. And when I say that, we the publicity we couldn't have paid for, and I get your point. It's just, I get so many, and I'm sure you did too, just the glory shots, all that type of stuff. But I'm going to tell you this. When I went to the Super Bowls I've gone to, and I don't know if that's comparable, and I've been to many Super Bowls because of friends that work in the NFL, all that stuff, and I'm not bragging, but I'm saying I would walk around the city, and I would go, San Diego was a blast. I was there, and I would go all over to the neighborhoods. I would go all over to Dallas. I would go all over to Tampa. I would go, of course, all over to New Orleans. All right, all that type of stuff. But the difference was, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The difference was, I think as Super Bowl fans, as Steeler fans, whatever, we had some semblance of where to go. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I think they could have gone through the whole NFL experience, not lost out on any of that, and still seen some other things. Because nobody was standing downtown on their feet for 10 hours. I don't know. I don't mean to be critical, but
no, me neither. Me neither. And I'm happy as a clam about everything with the NFL draft and it coming here, and it means Pittsburgh could do anything. But I think all I'm saying is next time around, we have to break down these invisible barriers to the Strip District, Oakland, and Lawrenceville, and the North Side, and everywhere else. And people didn't know to go to Mount Washington, for God's sake.
It was crazy, right?
That's crazy.
That's highlight.
I know. I don't know anybody. Anybody I know come there, they're like, let's go to Mount Washington. Let's go to Mount. You know what I mean? Oh man. So there you go.
You got friends or cousins in town. That's where you take.
Boom, ba-boom. Tanya, what a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks so much for the call.
You too. Thanks for what
absolutely.
You do.
All right, I see several of you want to talk to this. Don't stay on hold. I'm going to let you in. Mark and Diane, I'm going to get to you, but I have to get to Pat Septak's going to have news here in a couple of minutes. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. And you know what? By the way, I went to get gas before work today. What happened in the last 2 days? I'll tell you what I spent. I couldn't believe it. Oh, man. We have a lot to cover here tonight. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Progressive knows that for business owners, vacations hit different. But hey, at least you finally took a vacation. And look at that. You only answered 53 calls, 84 emails, onboarded one new hire, and covered for Chris while he's out on paternity leave, and you did it all from a kayak. Because you, my friend, know how to relax. All right, you may not know how to take a day off, but you do know both your personal and business auto insurance needs can be covered in one place with Progressive. So at least that's relaxing, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 51 degrees with showers in the vicinity. At Pittsburgh International at 6:30, I'm Pat Septak. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick, 45 years of experience and thousands of 5-star reviews. Trust PJ.com. A groundbreaking took place today at the Heinz History Center. News Radio KDKA's Rob Taylor was there.
Andy Masick, president and CEO of the Heinz History Center in the Strip District, calls it
a museum of the people, by the people, and for the people.
And it's getting an expansion. 6 stories tall, 92,000 square feet in total space, an $80 million project that already has 70% in committed financing. The new addition will include a 150-seat theater, a new plaza, a new cafe, a terrace on the 4th floor, and more amenities. Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor is excited about the expansion.
I think when you see this expansion, you're going to see more and more people coming to Pittsburgh. And that's what this is all about. It's going to tell our history, but it's also going to create new history for each and every one of us.
The new addition is expected to be completed in 18 months. Rob Taylor, News Radio, KDKA.
Police are investigating after a robbery in North Oakland this afternoon. Pittsburgh Public Safety says officers were called to the 300 block of South Craig Street for reports of a robbery around 2:40 p.m. Police say a female suspect entered the Berry Fresh frozen yogurt store and opened the cash register. She then reportedly hit the cashier in the face, took money from the register, and fled the scene. The cashier was not injured, and police continue to investigate. Pennsylvania lawmakers looking to get school counselors out from behind their desk and back into the lives of students. News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado has more on that.
The House has passed a bill introduced by Representative Mandy Steele that would require counselors to spend at least 80% of their workday in direct contact with students, focusing on mental health, career planning, and academic support. If it passes the Senate and is signed into law by the governor, schools would then be required to publish an online comprehensive counseling plan. The goal is to limit administrative paperwork or covering classrooms to no more than 20% of a counselor's schedule. David Bolorado, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 790 points, the Nasdaq closed up 219 points, and the S&P 500 closed up 73. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. A disappointing loss as the Pirates are swept by St. Louis in 4 games at PNC Park. Today's final score, 10-5. KDKA Radio News Time is 6:32. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for the right health insurance plan that can save you thousands. Our next update coming up at 7:05. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Ethos.
Apple was the top smartphone seller in the world in the first quarter. Counterpoint Research reports that global iPhone shipments were up 5% compared to the year-ago quarter, with Apple grabbing 21% of the global smartphone market. Samsung came in second place with a 20% market share, although its shipments were down 6%, with the top 5 rounded out by Xiaomi, Oppo, and Vivo. I'm Jason Brooks.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer and Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer and Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
Okay, here we go. It's 6:35 on a Thursday evening from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. It is KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here is the incomparable Margot.
Aw, thanks, Michael. Looking at the major roadways close to the city, the Parkway West inbound starts congestion around Green Tree Hill. The outbound side looking backed up in that bathtub area. Also wanted to report that there is a closure on the westbound lanes of Route 22. That starts around the exit towards Florence and Burgettstown and ends at the West Virginia line. So all lanes are closed on 22 moving westbound. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy tonight with a couple of showers around, especially late, a low of 37. Cool tomorrow with some rain at times from late morning on into the afternoon, a high of 51. Mostly cloudy Saturday with a shower, high 50. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow morning, 5:30 until 10 on the Big K Morning Show. We welcome the month of May and the Pittsburgh Marathon. What you need to know, even if you're not going to go.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh. Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay. Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDK. I want to get those waiting on hold. I want to get you on the air because I know everyone's talking about this, and then we're going to move into the gas price thing and a couple of other major topics here. And how about that? There was another breaking news, I guess, lead story on the network news about that. There's multiple people stabbed at a high school in Tacoma, Washington. God help us. But I guess the suspect's in custody and, all of that. Okay, here we go. Mark in Kittanning. Mark, you're next right here on KDK. Thanks for the call, Mark.
Hey, Michael. Hey, I just wanted to say, up in Kittanning when they had the Mothman prophecy.
Oh, yeah.
They filmed it up there.
Yeah, I remember that.
A month and a half. They build that this business is going to come to town, all these people, big names and everything, and we got nothing. And they killed our town for a month and a half, shut down our bridge, inconvenienced us, and we got nothing. The business is
Did any of the restaurants get any business, anything like that?
No.
Wow.
They brought in, they catered all their business. Pittsburgh got the business. They catered it all from down in Pittsburgh. They didn't even use local caterers.
Wow.
Yeah.
The Mothman prophecies was that Michael Douglas? No, I forget. But
no, Richard Gere.
Richard Gere. I'm sorry, Richard Gere. That's right. The Michael Douglas one was made in Wade and Garfield. See, that's incredible. And I do remember.
Yeah.
I do remember vaguely, Mark, that there was such excitement in Kittanning because they chose Kittanning because I think it doubled for a good double for anything. The bridge, they made it. Didn't they make the bridge? Made it West Virginia.
Bridge that fell down.
Yeah.
In West Virginia.
That's
it was
right.
half the size.
That's exactly right.
They just the way they shot it, it made it look like the bridge was twice as long as what it really is.
You're making me wonder. Yeah. You know the show that God, where do they make it? The show about the police, and it's Jeff. What's his name? It's going on now, and it's like in its third season. In somewhere, and I wonder if merchants are seeing a business pick up from all of that. Now that show, The Pit, which is super popular, huge ratings, they shoot like maybe a couple little scenes here. That's shot in Hollywood, I guess.
Right.
You know, that makes it, they pretend it's AGH. But they did a lot of on-location stuff for Mothman Prophecies in Katanning.
That was about a month and a half, almost 2 months they were there.
Wow.
And our town was shut down. That's what I mean. And like I said, like all those people came and left. They would come in during the day, leave at night. Like we got no business from them.
But when I think of big major events like the U.S. Open, the NFL draft, and I want either the Republicans or the Democrats here for a convention. I do. It's not brain surgery to me to market, towns that have something where people could walk over and have their lunch and breakfast and all that kind of stuff. I don't know what's so hard about that.
Well, I think the NFL draft, what the problem there, what happened is that the news scared everybody. I didn't want to go. I'm a truck driver. I didn't even want to be near Pittsburgh, and I ended up being there Thursday night. I had to spend the night along the river down there at the place I delivered. And I thought, this is going to be great in the morning and all this traffic, and there was nothing.
That's the second prong that I think I failed to mention, and I'm glad you brought that up. When I was at my favorite restaurant in the Strip, one of my favorites, that waiter said the first night of the draft with 320,000 visitors here,
right?
Well, maybe 5. I don't know how many. But that and that's a great distinction you make, Mark. It was nobody sort of marketed the Strip or any other neighborhood, and B, maybe the hype was so much that because he said it was the worst night of business they've ever had in 20-some years, and B, maybe the biggest thing was their regular customers who would go there on a Thursday night were afraid, thinking they weren't going to be able to park or get anywhere, and it was a ghost town.
Yeah, and there was plenty of parking, and there was the one girl I listened to on DVE in the morning. She said she parked right there at the Strip and walked right down to the end for free. She parked for free and walked right on down to the draft.
It almost worked. It almost worked too well. Maybe I don't know. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I hear you. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, but it's yeah. You got to promote the local business, but that's what they did that in Detroit. Detroit's a horrible city. I don't know if you've ever been there.
Oh, I've been there, and I like Detroit. I do. I like Detroit. I have a lot of friends. Oh, I like Detroit. I stayed at the Renaissance Center. Wait, I stayed at the Renaissance Center for a wedding, 2 years ago, and I had a blast. Walked over to the casino, the restaurants downtown, and of course,
that immediate area is good.
It was good.
But
it was very good.
Around it,
yeah.
Trust me, it's not. It's where Fago's made. Yeah, it's like right near downtown. It's like a horrible area.
Yeah, that Marriott at the right on the water. It was wonderful. It was absolutely, and I've been to Steeler games there too. But yeah, hey Mark, thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Sure thing, Mike. Have a good night.
You too, my friend. Yes, indeed. He brings up some good points there. I think Joe Pittsburgh was afraid to go, thinking that it was just going to be too jammed. Yeah, I get it. Hey. And Diane, you're going to be next, so stay right there. But listen, I'm not taking away from the enormity of success we had internationally. relating to the optics of Pittsburgh. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. And I loved going to the draft was a blast. I'm sorry, it really was. It really was. But I made sure I took my guys to the Strip, downtown, Mount Washington, Oakland, Shady Side. But yeah, I guess you need a local guy to get moving. But if someone came in from, I don't know, Columbus, Ohio, they wouldn't know where the hell they're going. You got to tell them where. You got to tell them that there's more than just the epicenter of an event, that they would enjoy themselves and have the best food in the world. Yeah, you heard me. You heard me. All right, it's 6:45 from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. It's KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get an update. Hi, Margo.
All right. Hey, Michael. Most of the major roadways closer to the city are not looking at too bad of rush hour delays as rush hour dies down. However, just did want to warn you of a major closure on Route 22. That's in the westbound lanes between the exit towards 18 and Florence and Burgettstown, all the way towards the West Virginia lines. All lanes are closed there, so do not take that route if you're headed towards there. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Went outside, looked around, we needed a window, a bay window. Guess what? Universal Windows Direct, right now. Buy two, get two free. No payments, no interest, 24 months. Come on. And $500 off of your project. 412-545-6003. This deal is amazing. Their sales, their service, their installation, the best there is. And now's the time, folks. Universal Windows Direct. Do it.
Kid Rock, a celebration 250 years in the making. Freedom 250 Tour, the road to Nashville. Saturday, June 20th at the Pavilion at Star Lake. The American Badass, Kid Rock, with John Party.
Got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown tonight.
Get tickets now at livenation.com. The ultimate American party, Kid Rock.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
Have you or a loved one recently needed nursing home care? This can be very expensive and you can lose your life savings without proper planning. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates have helped thousands of families navigate these difficult situations. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Okay, it is 6:49 on this Thursday evening. A lot going on today from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Here's a look ahead at the 7 o'clock news, and in the newsroom, the great Pat Septak. Pat.
Well, Michael, remember that woman who died after falling into a sinkhole in Unity Township nearly 2 years ago? Well, now her family has filed a lawsuit find out against who coming up at 7 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. It was good, but not great. Apple posting an earnings beat for last quarter, helped by strong demand for its iPhone 17 and Mac computers. It's also raising its dividend, buying back $100 billion of its own stock, but that failed to impress investors. They wanted blowout results, and shares moving a little lower in late trading. But earlier on Wall Street, solid economic growth last quarter, a tumble in first-time jobless claims last week, and AI investments paying off big time for Alphabet and Amazon helped send the NASDAQ and the S&P to fresh all-time highs. The Dow today up 790 points, 1 2/3% higher. The NASDAQ up 219, a nearly 1% jump, and the S&P rose 1%, up 73, while oil closed lower, but it's still over $105 a barrel. And it has come to this. Spotify is adding what it calls a verified badge to songs it streams out, so listeners will know if they're hearing a real singer or AI. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Heading back to the phones. We're talking about... And I get it. I do. I get it. I the little guy who bought tons of supplies and staff and got more staff in there, all that type of stuff. Nobody showed up. So there you go. But again, I still give it an A+. I do. All right. Diane in Valencia. I love Valencia. Diane.
Hey, Michael, how are you today?
Fine. How are you?
Doing great.
Good.
And I appreciate you addressing these topics.
Sure.
Because this is stuff that needs to be aired out and worked through, because even if the draft doesn't come back, we're going to have other future things.
Yeah, we are. And I think I think there are things we can do, because it's blatantly unfair to a lot of people, and I get it.
Yeah, and at the core of this, Pittsburghers are hardworking people. It's in our genes. And if you're a true Pittsburgher, we work hard, and I have a family member who is a server, waitress. She works 3 jobs, and she works at one of the establishments that was counting on having Boomtown and ended up being deflated.
Can I ask what neighborhood that's in? What neighborhood?
She's in the Strip.
Oh, wow. Okay. There it is.
Yeah, Yeah, and she lives in a tiny apartment in Millville. Works her butt off, and she's out completely. The only thing that I've heard is that that 411 Food Rescue, thank God, has been able to try to circumvent and help those in need. That's great, but you can correct me on some of this. I'm not familiar. I didn't have the NFL app, but as you and I know, Michael, every app that's on our phone, every time you open it up, there's always a little pop-up ads, right?
Yeah.
Why didn't Visit Pittsburgh and the NFL collaborate the first night? You and I know those people had been saying, hey, where's the people? Let's start doing some pop-up ads. Let's get some shuttle buses with, the old, Frankie wears a billboard hanging over him on foam core board or something saying, hey, get on the shuttle. We're going to take you to Shady Side. Enjoy Shady Side. I will say, Michael, for over 20, 30 years, when we've had friends come from out of town, and the mom was trying to surprise us the one time, and they even said to us, they're like, well, where do we go? What do we do? So 20, 30 years ago, and then today, I just don't think they're doing their job. Hire me. I used to work in the hospitality industry at one time. I get a lot of this. But, even the buses, it was great that all the news stations were broadcasting how the park and rides are filling up. It was helping to circumvent some of the, backlog of traffic and everything. Even make announcements on those buses and, something. I just think that they could have done something more. And the cop-out of, well, the other cities suffered that. No, and no. You don't replicate.
That was a lesson. Wasn't that a lesson learned for us?
Yeah, I just think they just truly, dropped the ball. And I think even if some of us Pittsburghers knew hey, they're not seeing the business, some of us would have ventured down there. I mean, granted, I'm not a crowds person, I will admit. But I can tell you, had I known after the fact, I really didn't hear about this, even though, my niece was working. She was too busy trying to work. We would have ventured down to try and help support these people.
Hey, Diane, I'm going to tell you something. When I went to, that was Saturday, I went to Kaya because I had a show in the afternoon, and those guys met me, and we walked up to Kaya, up Smallman, and in the Strip, and it broke my heart. There were people in there that night, but my favorite waiter, Brian, said, he's like, and I said, have you been slammed? And he's like, are you kidding? And he said, that first night, he said it was the worst night of business they had since I couldn't believe it. And then I was thinking, Diane, I don't know if this crossed your mind, but I would drive, I was on the Parkway and I was through different neighborhoods. There was no traffic. It almost ran so well with public transportation and people being settled and they walked everywhere. But I just wondered if on that app, all the people that had to do the NFL One, whatever it was called, app, to have access to Point State Park, to the North Shore, all that type of stuff, or at least on the websites, by neighborhood, these are the restaurants, these are the great things, go to Mount Washington and go and look at, and maybe the merchants could have thrown in $300 for to get their name on. I don't know what, I don't know what, but something, it's a live and learn thing. I'm not going to, be negative, like sometimes I am. You all know that, but this is a live and learn thing. It's got to be done better, because I tell you, I want the Republicans or the Democrats to have their convention here so badly, because I want Pittsburgh to be number one.
Sure, and I mean, the one thing I can tell you is, my daughter and I were at the mall on Sunday, and it was like Christmas. I had to wait for a parking spot. She was trying and close. It was 6. I'm like, what is going on? And then we started seeing people with Buffalo Bills merchandise on, right? All this other stuff. And then it dawned on us, and we're trying to get through the mall. And it was like, dodging. It was just like, we thought we were running reconnaissance for the Army. Like, we're like, okay, you do this. We finally were like, all right, we're getting out of here. And then the whole strip coming home was just crazy. And like you said, people were staying in Butler County, Beaver County.
They were, I know.
And so, like, I bet you those poor people just took the A route straight in, straight out. Didn't know, like, hey, if you get off this exit, you can go here, there.
Yeah.
I mean, certainly.
Meaning the most historic neighborhood with the greatest restaurants. Diane, I hate to cut you short. I got to run here for news, but what a great call. I appreciate it.
Michael.
You call me anytime.
Thank you.
Anytime you want. Thank you so much. All right, Michael Bartley, 866-391-1020. Pat Septak coming up in 2 minutes with news.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Having trouble keeping up with your electric bill? Duquesne Light Company can help customers manage costs through their Customer Assistance Program. Flexible payment plans, budget billing, rebates, and more. Duquesne Light realizes these are difficult times, and they are all committed to supporting our communities. Discover how you can save money and stay comfortable in your home year-round by visiting DuquesneLight.com/assistance. That's DuquesneLight.com/assistance.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. from the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 51 degrees with showers in the vicinity at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. TrustPJ.com. The Richard King Mellon Foundation announced today it is contributing $1.9 million to the city of Pittsburgh, $1 million of which will be used to expand the city's Learn and Earn Summer Jobs program for youth into a year-round program, much to the delight of Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor.
That's huge. That's life-changing for some of our kids in the city of Pittsburgh. So very excited. I think that's a huge win for everyone.
Funding will also be used for the city's Independence Day celebration and to help transform Mellon Square storefronts downtown into a new restaurant. The family of a woman who died after falling into a sinkhole in Unity Township nearly 2 years ago has filed a wrongful death lawsuit against U.S. Steel and another business. The lawsuit says Elizabeth Pollard, who was looking for her cat, stepped out of her car that she parked at Monday's Union Restaurant when she fell into a sinkhole from an abandoned mine. Her body was found 20 days later. The lawsuit names the restaurant and U.S. Steel as defendants. The lawsuit says neither the mine owners nor the property owners took adequate measures to address the risk. The State House has passed a bill that would require parents to be notified if their child is either the victim of or the instigator of a bullying incident in schools. The bill would also require parents to be told about the incident within 24 hours and what steps are being taken as a result of the bullying. The bill covers not only physical and verbal bullying, but also online harassment of a fellow student. 2 people are facing charges on trying to profit from the NFL draft via prostitution. Police say 22-year-old Barry Brumley and his girlfriend, 31-year-old Hillary Sanders, both of Louisville, Kentucky, traveled to the extended stay hotel in Cranberry Township on the first day of the draft and placed online ads promoting prostitution. An undercover officer responded to the ad on April 23rd and agreed to meet Sanders at the hotel. She took the money from the officer and was then arrested. Brumley and Sanders are facing felony charges of promoting prostitution and other crimes. They are in the Butler County Prison in lieu of bail. The recent assassination attempt against President Trump has prompted questions about added security measures. CBS's Linda Kenyon has the story from the White House.
After 3 attempts on his life in the past 2 years, President Trump was asked if he would wear a bulletproof vest.
I don't know if I can handle looking 20 pounds heavier.
But all kidding aside, the president added,
I've been asked about that, and I guess it's something you consider. In one way, you don't like to do it because you're giving into a bad element.
A man has been charged with trying to assassinate Trump while he was attending Saturday's White House Correspondents' Association dinner. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Big fan of the Brady Bunch? Boy, have we got a treat for you. CBS News correspondent Allison Keyes explains.
Here's the story of a lovely lady. Oh, the memories, the blondes, the brunettes, the Marsha part. And, of course, Alice. Tina Trahan is opening her house for tours for a fundraiser.
For Wags and Walks, it's a dog rescue in Los Angeles.
She says people were always asking to get into the house anyway, dreaming about getting a glimpse of, say, Peter Brady.
If Christopher Knight's friends or somebody wants to come, they bring them here. So it's really cool to have a picture with a Brady on the stairs.
You can get tickets online. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
KDKA Sports, the Bucks' losing streak continued today as they got swept by St. Louis at PNC Park. Today's final score, 10-5. KDKA Radio News time is 7:04. It is, we have some showers in the vicinity and a current temperature of 51 degrees in Pittsburgh. I'm Pat Septak. Our next update at 7:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, supervisor and funeral director. To keep the cost down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blonox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, Our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and delisandroltd.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We'll have a mostly cloudy sky tonight with a couple of showers, especially late, a low of 37. Periods of rain and drizzle tomorrow from late morning on into the afternoon with a high of 51 and a chilly start to the weekend Saturday. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Well, hello. Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA. Thursday night, oh, we have a blast. Michael for the middle. Michael for the centrist. Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, we're going to get into some stuff. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. It's what we do on Thursday. Everybody be nice. Everybody be respectful. In the meantime, we're talking about, I went on about how successful I thought the NFL draft, and I mean the optics, were phenomenal. Phenomenal. As a person in the media who, I have a business of video production and I have a lot of clients who do commercials, all the rest. But look, can't buy that kind of publicity. You can't for your city, for your region. But a lot of merchants are hurting because of it. A lot of people who wanted to make a couple of bucks, who loaded up on stuff. By the way, when I forgot to say, because they kept saying that that people just migrated to the NFL footprint. You know who was kind of making money? I think. Because I was here last Thursday night, and I was here So, and I had the commissioner's wife on. She's an old friend of mine, and we I've known her for 40 years. I was at their wedding, but so I couldn't make it down there Thursday night, but I was there Friday night. And the North Shore restaurants were, jammed, and it looked like Mardi Gras over there. But you know who was making a couple of bucks, I thought? Because it was warm. That was a gorgeous day, if you remember. The guys who just had coolers of ice-cold bottled water on the Clemente Bridge were making some money. They were. Interesting stuff, isn't it? Wow. Julie in Mars, Pennsylvania. Julie, welcome.
Hey, Mike.
Hi.
I have 2 points that I'd like to make.
Sure.
First of all, we went down to the draft. I actually stayed down there for 3 nights, bought like a package, because when the All-Star game came, how many years ago, my kids were little and we weren't able to enjoy it.
Sure.
So fast forward, husband and I, we both do this and go down there. And the first concern was, what was the purpose of the one pass? I wasn't sure if it was security, like a screening or whatever, but they checked us one time, and I was there for 3 days. I entered probably 9 different areas, and they only checked the one.
Julie, I can't believe you're bringing that up. I can't believe it. I wondered. I went Friday. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I can't believe you brought that up. I went in. Okay, I put it on I brought it out on my phone. You know what I mean? And
yes.
But I had a seat. I don't know. Did you have a seat in the theater?
No.
Okay, I had a seat in the theater, and there were 200 and whatever the heck thousand people. Julie, on as we Catholics say, on the Blessed Mother, if I'm lying, they never checked my one pass. I walked right in. Never.
Well, the second point was to what you said about who made the money on the North Shore and the footprint. One of my children goes to Duquesne, so he joined us for the 3 days.
Sure.
And we could not go one place on the North Shore to eat with him because he was 20 years old.
Oh, wow.
Purgatory.
Oh, it's all bars because it's all bars. They're bar restaurants. Is that why?
They're all bars.
Yeah.
But it wasn't family friendly.
Mm-hmm.
Had anyone thought about it, they just sent the families down to the Strip District where it's more family friendly.
Wow. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know how many people actually realized that because they were old enough to be down there, but it was kind of embarrassing how many times we got turned away.
Oh, that's really getting under my skin. And I know this was our first time around, and I get that, and we live and learn. But then, what did you do? And I love Duquesne University. I hope you know that. Everyone in my family. But look. What did the poor kid eat?
We went back to the hotel, and or we went down to the Strip. So
Okay.
we ate in the city where there was no crowds.
And wasn't the Strip District wonderful?
Yeah. So shopping there, we bought a couple of shirts for the draft on there. I stayed at the cafe, the Clemson Hotel.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
And they were wonderful.
You stayed at the Cafe Monaco, which is right on William Penn Place. Yeah, that's a good hotel.
Yes,
yeah.
We walked everywhere.
Of course.
And it was I thought a once in a lifetime deal.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel bad for everyone who was left out.
Can I ask you this, Julie?
Yep.
How many kids do you have?
8.
Oh, wait, and you brought all of them?
No, it's just my husband and I. It was our anniversary gift, and the baby goes to Duquesne.
Okay. So you just brought him or her?
So he
Okay.
tagged along with us,
Okay.
and we had a great time with him.
Okay,
Yeah,
but all in all, okay, you have 8 kids. Look at you. You are impressive. Wow. So wait, Julie, what did you and your husband do? Like when you were there, did you check in on Wednesday or Thursday?
Thursday.
All right,
Thursday afternoon, got into our hotel room about 4:30, and we walked over 15,000 steps Thursday night, Friday, and then Friday we needed some Ubering and some help, and then Saturday we just walked everywhere again. And there weren't as many crowds. We were able to visit the Lombardi trophies. We were able to navigate everywhere. The craziness was on the North Shore.
Yeah, and Saturday was sort of a little drizzly and cool, and I love that weather. I was really happy at Arts Landing, but the crowd was off, I think, because of the weather. But where did you and your husband, before the Duquesne kid met up with you, where did you and your husband go out to eat and stuff? Like, you don't have to name the restaurant, but did you stay downtown?
We did. We stayed in the city. We ate right across from Cafe Monica.
Okay, was that Italian place there? Was that were the
it was empty.
Okay, so I'm just this is why I'm asking you, Julie. When I was downtown, the restaurants downtown were belly aching too. They were like empty. And I found that to be insane.
There was no one there, and so very disappointing that no one thought to go there, but people that aren't from there wouldn't have known.
Yeah.
Unless you lived there. I just felt like we weren't going to ever be able to get it to eat on the North Shore. We should go to the Strip.
Yeah.
Kind of where we were at.
Yeah, I was very happy in the Strip. I'm always happy in the Strip District. I am, but wow. Julie, what a great call. I think... And we've had some good suggestions here tonight. I don't know if I'm hoping they're listening. But we can. I think we can do better. I think you can agree.
Yes, I agree. Thank you,
Julie from Mars. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. What a great call. All right, Ralph, you're coming up next, and 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Welcome back. Thursday night, Michael Bartley with you. We always have a blast on Thursday night. Look who it is. It's my man Ralph in Bloomfield. And that Bloomfield was another one. I bet Bloomfield was a ghost town too. People would have listen if you were Italian from Milwaukee or Chicago and you were looking for Little Italy, nobody would have told you. I don't know but Bloomfield. I go to Bloomfield all the time to eat and shop.
Okay, yeah, well, I'm Italian, 100%, but I wasn't here. I did not go, but I have 2 points I'm going to make.
Sure.
The first one is all they did here locally was scare you. The traffic is going to be bad. All these people. And if you look at the outlying areas, Butler, Newcastle, Grove City, when they come down to Pittsburgh, they don't know where to go. They're scared of the traffic. They scared you up front. They didn't tell you what events to go to, like up until the very end. And I'm not just pointing at KDKA because you can go back and listen. Some of the hosts said this. Colin even did before. They did not tell you what there was going on. I don't think the NFL wanted people locally, by and large, to come. They wanted the out-of-towners to be here and experience the area that was between Point State Park and the North Shore. There's no other explanation for it. They wanted to keep the locals away, and there was no traffic because they scared all the old people here. So someone else proved me wrong. That's effectively what happened to me, what happened to the area. I actually left too, but I went to visit family. But they didn't tell you what was going on. There was nothing to pull anybody in to go elsewhere. And the Strip is great, and we could talk about the South Side, Lawrenceville, all these areas. The people came in. They didn't come in for that. They came in to go to the draft, and there was nothing to direct you elsewhere. But they scared the local people away with obviously the dynamics of getting around.
And I'm not going to argue with that. I'm not going to argue with that. And I'll let you get to your second point. I'm not going to argue with you about that at all, Ralph. But and you mentioned South Side too, and all those places. And there's got to be a way. If you had 500,000 visitors, we ended up with, I don't know if those numbers are right or wrong. I have no idea of proving that, but there's got to be a way of directing them. Have lunch in the Strip on the South Side, Mount Washington. Blah, blah, blah. If you're staying for the long weekend on Saturday, go to this and that place. Go check it out. It's a historic neighborhood. Take the incline up to. I heard Mount Washington was dead. I couldn't believe it when I heard it.
I know this. You guys now are on YouTube, Odyssey, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You've got reach, and there are people listening that probably live elsewhere and came here. I would love to hear what they have to say.
Hey Ralph, I get a ton of out of state phone calls here because we're really a national station, and I can't argue with you. I can't. And listen, and don't get. And I'm going to make the point again. I was so proud of Pittsburgh in so many ways because of how gorgeous it looked. But you know what? And you made this thing about, and I remember I was one of them. I said, if you're living locally, parking is going to be an issue. And in my head, I was like, they were charging $250 to park, and I'm like, get the hell out of here. I know. And so listen, Ralph, and then so take the bus, which whatever. And when the first day, when I had to come over here for work a week ago tonight, and I got in here in record time, and I go on the Parkway East over the Fort Duquesne Bridge. There wasn't. It was like a Sunday morning traffic. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I know.
I've heard. Yep, I've heard the same thing off of. But they scared everybody away for a while. But I'm going to make this other point real quick.
You got lots of time. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So Cleveland is getting a new stadium. They're building one in Brook Park. I am involved in, I'll just say, selling of construction products ultimately around the country.
Mm-hmm.
That stadium's going to be a dome. NFL owners, and Pittsburgh proved this weekend, NFL owners are getting in the real estate business. Cleveland, the guy, he was a shareholder. I can't remember his name. Was a shareholder with the Steelers. Now he owns the Browns.
Yeah.
You could look at the Rams. The Bills got a new stadium. Little different scenario. Pittsburgh proved they could host the Super Bowl. The problem is the stadium, and we have the infrastructure to do it, to be able to move something forward. At some point, they're going to have to replace this football stadium. The baseball stadium is going to be here for a really long time. But this city proved it can host the Super Bowl. Cleveland will get a Super Bowl, by the way. That's typically a reward for NFL cities, and they do about one every 10 years.
That's going to break my heart.
But what, Cleveland getting one? Well,
yeah,
I think
no, more power to them. But it's going to break my heart that we don't get it before them.
Well, maybe the Steelers can play in it in Cleveland then. How about that?
All right, now go ahead.
Yep. But I think they're going to have to come up with some better infrastructure here to get big time. But this city proved they could pull an event like that off. 800,000 people over 3 days.
Absolutely.
The Super Bowl does not get that.
No.
And if you need more hotel space, you can bring river ships up like they did in Jacksonville.
We have the hotel space. Hey, Ralph, let me tell you something. When I went to, and it's Ford Field's Dome, and I was there for a week when the Steelers were that was 2006, February of 2006, but it was Detroit hosted the Super Bowl. And the Steelers won. They beat Seattle. So, it was an absolute blast. I was at QED at the time, so I was doing live shows every night from there, but it was so fun. Detroit did a heck of a job. Pittsburgh is well equipped to have a National Republican Convention or Democratic Convention or the Super Bowl. And after this, and part of the reason, Ralph, you have to believe me that I bring this up tonight, not to beat a dead horse, but after the NFL draft and how everyone saw us around the world, we qualify, I don't care what it is, to get whatever we can and make money and the Final Four, I don't care what it is. And
you could do the Final Four.
Of course, but we have the PPG Paints Arena. I'm talking about the Final Four basketball.
They want them in bigger venues, but you made an interesting point. There probably is some value, but to bringing that back to smaller venues. But at some point, Heinz Field's got to go. They're doing the seats, but the Steelers have like a 10-year. They have a 10-year plan. The seats are getting replaced, and somehow they want to figure out a replacement. I don't think the Roonies ever want to leave the north side, but at some point, push is going to come to shove because NFL owners are in the real estate business now. It's not just owning the NFL team. If you do the research and look at what Chicago's the Bears are threatening to move to Indiana.
I know.
They're not going to.
I know.
So this is a slippery slope, and they're getting into another deal. And don't think, and I don't blame the Roonies, that they're not going to want to do that. They're more patient people. Long term, you can see with employees.
They play the long game. They play the long game. I know they do for a fact.
But I will leave you with this. Anybody that says a city like Pittsburgh, I'll say Cleveland, Buffalo be a stretch, but these mid-sized cities, and people say Pittsburgh small, just remember, this is the 30th biggest metropolitan area in the United States.
I know.
There's like 10,000 of them 10,000 cities that like shrink under these metros. People act like Pittsburgh small. It's not.
It's not. I know.
It's a big city.
Hey, I know I had a lot of friends come in and stayed in Butler County, Beaver County. They loved it.
It's not. No. We get a bad rap because I think the people here talk bad about the place they live.
Because we have a lot of people who live here have an inferiority complex. That makes me crazy.
Yes, it's nuts.
It makes me crazy. We have everything. We have the best restaurants. We have the best, the greatest symphony, cultural district, all the sports, everything, and it makes me crazy when they criticize Pittsburgh. I can't take it.
About when you have concerts, I don't care who it is, you could go from Taylor Swift to Metallica.
Yep.
Almost all of them, when they do summer tours, they come here.
By the way,
I'm not saying all of them, but like the high percent of them do.
By the way, Ralph, I got to go, but I'm going to leave you with one quick thing. You ready? I'm hearing that when Taylor Swift was here for 2 nights, the neighborhoods surrounding downtown and the North Shore were jam-packed and everybody made money.
Yeah, I'm sure they did.
That's what I'm hearing. Yep.
Stop thinking small here in Pittsburgh.
I agree. And quit being, with this inferiority complex. Ralph, thanks for the call. I truly appreciate it. Great calls here tonight. I'll be back.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
After my accident, people warned me to slow down. I said, I don't know how. Thanks to my VA care team, I haven't.
At VA, we're using technology to help veterans recover faster and live their lives to the fullest. Learn more at vacareers.va.gov/PSA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 49 degrees under cloudy skies at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Pat Septak. This afternoon, the city of Pittsburgh announced another organization has made a financial commitment to the city. News Radio KDKA's Rob Taylor has the story.
The Richard King Mellon Foundation is contributing $1.9 million to the city of Pittsburgh. $1 million of it will go towards the city's Learn and Earn program. That gives young people ages 14 to 23 a chance to have a summer job. But the R.K. Mellon Foundation's contribution will now allow the program to be...
That's huge. That's life-changing for some of our kids in the city of Pittsburgh. So very excited. I think that's a huge win for everyone.
Mayor Corey O'Connor also says funds will be used to redesign Mellon Square storefronts downtown into a new restaurant. Rob Taylor, News Radio KDKA.
A new tuition-free program for students at several regional campuses. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more on that.
The University of Pittsburgh announced the program is for eligible students at its Bradford, Greensburg, and Johnstown campuses, as well as students in the Titusville nursing program. Students whose household adjusted gross income is $75,000 or less will pay $0 in tuition. The schools will cover whatever remains after student aid has been applied. There's no special form to fill out. The campuses will apply the grants and cover the difference when students submit their FAFSA or free application for federal student aid forms. Students will still have to cover room and board and textbooks as well as any other student fees. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Earlier this week, Pennsylvania House lawmakers voted to allow PennDOT to offer electronic forms of driver's licenses and ID cards. The bill would give Pennsylvanians the option to obtain an electronic driver's license and ID card in addition to physical ones. Drivers would still need a physical copy of their license during a traffic stop by police. The bill passed 186 to 15 and now heads to the state Senate for consideration. In sports, a disappointing loss as the Pirates are swept by St. Louis in 4 games at PNC Park. Today's final score, 10-5. KDKA Radio News Time is coming up on 7:32. Our next update at 8 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avastin-capted pagel, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Progressive knows that for business owners, vacations hit different. But hey, at least you finally took a vacation. And look at that. You only answered 53 calls, 84 emails, onboarded 1 new hire, and covered for Chris while he's out on paternity leave, and you did it all from a kayak. Because you, my friend, know how to relax. All right, you may not know how to take a day off, but you do know both your personal and business auto insurance needs can be covered in one place with Progressive. So at least that's relaxing, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy tonight with a couple of showers around, especially late, a low of 37. Cool tomorrow with some rain at times from late morning on into the afternoon, a high of 51. Mostly cloudy Saturday with a shower, high 50. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020.
Damage. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh responds immediately, 24/7, 365. Demand the yellow van.
Call ServiceMaster.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow morning, 5:30 until 10 on the Big K Morning Show. We welcome the month of May and the Pittsburgh Marathon. What you need to know, even if you're not going to go.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okie dokie. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Before I got to the office here today, because of all the running around I had to do, my gas tank was on E. I couldn't believe, seriously, I couldn't believe, I guess I wasn't paying attention, but I've been running around because of the draft. I had company. They just went home yesterday. I mean, you know, driving around. I had no clue. I paid $4.36 a gallon for gas. I couldn't believe it. What was my, I have to look at my receipt, but I think I spent, it was like $68 to get my tank filled. Maybe more, I forget now. And is this upsetting you? And, you know, let's be honest, President Trump, you know, he was, during the campaign, he was the, you know, anti-inflation, anti-high gas price guy. And this surging gas prices, and I don't know, they went up way more overnight, or am I missing something? Maybe I'm just, you know, out of touch. The surging gas prices, they're breaking grim records as President Trump war with Iran enters its third month. And it was, according to him, supposed to be over a long time ago. Wednesday's figures surged past record highs that hit when President Vladimir Putin launched his unprovoked war on Ukraine 4 years ago. Remember that? The average nationwide per gallon price today, this morning, overnight, hit $4.23. And this is amid, don't forget, this is amid the dual blockade by the United States and Iran on the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow shipping lane that has become a bottleneck for global oil supplies. In February, average prices were hovering around $2.85 a gallon. Boy, that seems like 100 years ago. That means that they have shot up more than 40%. 40% in 3 months. Unbelievable. American drivers are now paying $1.32 more per gallon than they did before the Iran war. With no end in sight to this war, I mean, you tell me that Trump every single day says it's coming to an end. I don't see it. He's been saying that for 2.5 months. Energy markets are clearly concerned about the impact of oil supplies. Talk to the experts. Reports today suggested a possible escalation by President Trump, dousing hopes for a quick end to the conflict, while the Strait of Hormuz remains effectively closed and the U.S. has continued its blockade of Iranian ports. A number one most recognizable expert on oil flow and energy markets, Warren Patterson, said today, quote, "The breakdown of talks between the United States and Iran, along with President Trump reportedly rejecting Iran's proposal for a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, has the market losing hope for any quick resumption in oil flows." Although high U.S. gas prices could cause consumers to cut back on spending, for now, Americans are continuing to keep their wallets open, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell said on Wednesday in discussing the central bank's latest interest rate decision, and he kept them steady. The Fed maintained its benchmark rate at its current level, citing elevated inflation tied to the recent increase in global energy prices. However, Powell said in his news conference, people are still spending. How long that goes on in a world where if gas prices were to go up a bunch more, that's taking spendable money out of people's pockets. This afternoon, a few hours ago, President Trump was asked about surging gas prices in the Oval Office.
The average price of a gallon of gas is now $4.30 in this country.
And you know what? As soon as the war's over, it'll drop like a rock. There's so much of it. It's all over the place, sitting all over the oceans of the world. And it'll go down. But what won't happen is if Iran had a nuclear weapon and used it, then the whole world is a different place. You're not going to have to pay a little bit more for gasoline. The gasoline, the oil will go down rapidly as soon as the war is over.
The price of gasoline will go down rapidly as soon as the war is over. And he has said that over and over. And, it's fascinating. The experts on war and all the rest, and I've been reading as much as I can, I think people underestimated Iran's hold on the Strait of Hormuz. And are you losing patience with this? And the sense of high gas prices. There was a report tonight by ABC News that truckers and trucking business with diesel fuel is so high. I can't quote the exact price, but it's that is going to, for goods and services, that cost is going to be passed on to you. And there are different opinions. If the war ended tomorrow morning, the president says gas prices will drop like a rock, he said. Other experts in energy believe that we're in for a world of pain throughout the summer. that it could continue. And I wonder if you're running out of patience. I could have sworn last week or 2 weeks ago that I paid $3.70, I think it was, and today I paid $4.36 a gallon. And I know there are variables related to gas prices. I get it. I do. You know, and when gas prices went up substantially, surged when Putin invaded Ukraine, the Trumpers blamed Joe Biden and start crying about it. Of course, we're blaming Donald Trump. You taught us to blame the president. I don't always do that, but I think he said the prices will drop like a rock. And I'm sure you believe that. I don't know if I do. A lot of people, I mean, they could come down, you know, in piecemeal sections, I guess, but it's not going to drop like a rock. I don't think so. Are you becoming impatient? 866-391-1020. Steve, in the car, you're going to be first up. Just hang right there. I had to get a lot of that information out. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh, KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more, and Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-981-1620. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-981-1620 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-1620. 412-981-1620.
Freedom Care, we're here for
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today. 724-934-8446.
Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss beef recipes with lean, budget-friendly cuts. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh. Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay. Margo, you kill me, I'll tell you. You're making me laugh in here. All right, I have a guest coming up at 8 o'clock. I'm going to take Steve in the car here in a second. Let's talk a little bit more about the draft. And then at 8:15, we'll pick up on the gas prices again, okay? And Michael in Dormont, I know you called. I don't want to ignore you. Thanks for the call. Call me back at 8:15, and we'll pick it up, okay? No worries. All right, in the meantime, Steve in the car. Steve, you're on KDK. Thanks for the call.
Hey, Michael, nice to hear you and Margo tonight.
Thank you.
I did call initially about the city of Pittsburgh, but I do want to add something about the war. I agree with you. City of Pittsburgh, it's a great city, but it hasn't reached its potential that it could. And just to make my comment quick on that, I think a lot of it has to do with the way the city of Pittsburgh and the metropolitan area is treated. There's too many layers of government, too many duplicated services.
Agreed.
And they did clean up for the draft, but that should be an everyday occurrence for us. And I think a lot of it has to do with not just Pittsburgh and the other cities in Pennsylvania, but I love Pennsylvania, but I don't think it's run as efficiently as it could.
I don't disagree with you, Steve, and I'm going to tell you something. We have every 3 blocks as a new municipality. That's crazy.
Yeah.
If you go to another city, you sound like you've been around the block. You know what I'm talking about.
I actually haven't, but I just drove up from Florida due to an emergency. I couldn't fly. And, yeah, it's exactly what I was thinking, the same as you. I was outside Atlanta, and it wasn't Atlanta. It was a suburban Atlanta, but they're benefiting because they don't have the duplications.
I don't disagree. I don't. I really don't. And I think, and I love Pennsylvania too. I love our natural beauty. I love it here. Pittsburgh is. When I go to Florida on the 3rd day, I want to be back in Pittsburgh. I can't. I know I'm crazy, but I can't. I'm crazy. So what? But you know what? I'll tell you something else. In Pennsylvania, they nickel and dime you to death.
Yes, and that creates not only for the citizens, but it could be a better environment for business too. But I wanted to comment too. I know you're busy tonight.
It's okay.
The war.
Yeah.
The war. I'm not fed up with it yet. I look at the consequences if this didn't happen. Believe me, I'm not a Trump supporter. I do support his policies, but I do feel that this was warranted. If you just ask yourself a lot of just yes and no questions, should Iran have a nuclear weapon? Do they support terrorism around the world? And gas prices are high now, and Trump's getting blamed by the Democrats, just like Biden did by the Republicans due to his and his gas bids. But I really think the consequences of us not dealing with Iran now would have been detrimental. And I'm very disappointed in NATO. We shouldn't even be over there. If NATO and the UN lived up to their why they were created, we wouldn't have these wars. What are they doing to prevent this kind of?
And I think we should stay with NATO. I do, but you know what? And I do get the argument, Steve. I do. We it's like they, you know, when Trump said, "Go get your own oil," it was a couple weeks ago, and he can be so flippant. I was thinking to myself, you know, and I'm no Trump fan. You already know that, Steve. But we get along fine, all of us.
Oh, I know.
But you know I'm not. But you know what? I was thinking, okay, I can't stand how he says things, and I don't get him. But he kind of had a little bit of a point there. He did. But we should never. I want us to stay with NATO. I think you know, all of that. But let me get back to the gas thing, Steve. Would if it's $5 a gallon, do you begin to lose patience?
No.
Okay.
I do agree. It is going to be temporary, and you just can't keep throwing Jell-O at the wall to solve a problem with gas. Biden or any president, both.
Steve, you're breaking up, and I love this call. Okay, there you are. There you are. Say it again. You broke up.
They release oil from the strategic resources, and you know Biden did it by an election. They accused him of election earring, but you know Republicans do it too.
Yeah, I know.
We're both screwed. The two-party system is going to be the ruination of our country. It really is. They both suck. Nobody cares about you at the end of the day, or me.
And you know what else I was thinking? I was telling someone last night on the phone, and they were laughing. You ready, Steve? And I love this call. I wish you'd call me more. And I love when Trump supporters call. It's my favorite. Yeah, I know you do. I know. And I love when you call me. Listen, you know what I was telling something? Did this ever cross your mind? You know, with the exception of two presidents that I can think of in our lifetimes, okay, so far, Reagan and Clinton. You might not agree with that.
Yes.
But
oh my God. Oh
wait,
my God.
wait. Hold on. Ready? And I only have 40 seconds left. But with the exception of Reagan, who I liked, and Clinton, who I liked, and in my lifetime, whether one term or two terms, the person who won the presidency, their party was so president. Trump is very unpopular right now. Biden was very unpopular, but you know who? And so was Bush. I think Obama was kind of unpopular towards the end. And I mean Jimmy Carter, Bush the father, Nixon. Hello, LBJ. But guess what? Reagan and Clinton kind of weren't.
You know what, Michael? I've been saying that all along. Clinton, the only thing that got in Clinton's way was his scandal.
Yeah, no, I didn't care about it. Yeah, I know.
But Clinton and Reagan, I've said that a million times. I'm telling you, must be soul brothers.
They were like, nobody hated their guts, and in the end, everyone hates even who they voted for. Steve, I got to run. Thanks so much for the call. I love when you call me. Thanks a lot.
Okay, buddy.
You bet. Absolutely. All right, got a break for news.
This is attorney Christine Brown-Murphy with the law firm of Zachariah Brown. If you have a loved one in a nursing home, we need to talk. Give our office a call at 724-942-6200 or visit our website at pittsburghelderlaw.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Life is a way of throwing out curveballs that can make it feel impossible to get ahead. But at Peoples, we know that sometimes a helping hand can make all the difference. If you're struggling to make ends meet or just need a little support with your natural gas bills, we're here to help. Because let's face it, you have enough on your plate. Learn more about our customer assistance programs at peoples-gas.com/help.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 48 degrees
Under cloudy skies at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. Police in Tacoma, Washington are looking into reports of a stabbing at a high school with multiple people injured.
The 911 call started coming in around the end of the school day. Now, video from above shows police cars on campus at Tacoma's Henry Foss High School. Authorities tell CBS News a suspect is in custody and was taken to the hospital along with 4 other students and a school security officer. Now, police say all patients are stable, but the extent of their injuries is unknown.
That's CBS News correspondent Carter Evans reporting. Police are investigating after a robbery in North Oakland this afternoon. Pittsburgh Public Safety says officers were called to the 300 block of South Craig, entered the Beery Fresh frozen yogurt store and opened the cash register. She then reportedly hit the cashier in the face, took money from the register, and then fled the scene. The cashier was not injured, and police continue to investigate. A groundbreaking took place today at the Heinz History Center. News Radio KDKA's Rob Taylor was there.
Andy Masick, president and CEO of the Heinz History Center in the Strip District, calls it
a museum of the people, by the people, and for the people.
And it's getting an expansion. 6 stories tall, 92,000 square feet in total space, an $80 million project that already has 70% in committed financing. The new addition will include a 150-seat theater, a new plaza, a new cafe, a terrace on the 4th floor, and more amenities. Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor is excited about the expansion.
I think when you see this expansion, you're going to see more and more people coming to Pittsburgh. And that's what this is all about. It's going to tell our history, but it's also going to create new history for each and every one of us.
The new addition is expected to be completed in 18 months. Rob Taylor, News Radio, KDKA.
Pennsylvania lawmakers are looking to get school counselors out from behind their desk and back into the lives of students. News Radio KDK's David Bolorado has more.
The House has passed a bill introduced by Representative Mandy Steele that would require counselors to spend at least 80% of their workday in direct contact with students, focusing on mental health, career planning, and academic support. If it passes the Senate and is signed into law by the governor, schools would then be required to publish an online comprehensive counseling plan. The goal is to limit administrative paperwork or covering classrooms to no more than 20% of a counselor's schedule. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
President Trump has signed a funding bill that will end the shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. CBS's Linda Kenyon reports from the White House.
The 75-day shutdown is over now that the House has passed a bill previously passed by the Senate. It funds all of the Department of Homeland Security except ICE and Border Patrol, which is expected to be passed separately. The shutdown came after Democrats demanded changes in the Trump administration's immigration enforcement tactics, including requiring body cameras and restricting immigration raids in places like schools. The bill, passed and signed by the president, came as new Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen warned the department was about to run out of money. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Britney Spears has been charged with a misdemeanor DUI in California. CBS Entertainment reporter Matt Wolf has those details.
The Ventura County DA's office making it official. Britney Spears charged with driving under the influence of drugs and alcohol after that incident in March, where California Highway Patrol pulled over Spears, who was reported to be driving erratically and speeding on the 101. She underwent a field trip to a treatment facility. She'll be arraigned this coming Monday. Matt Wolf, CBS News.
KDKA Sports. The Bucks' losing streak continued today as they got swept by St. Louis at PNC Park. Today's final score, 10-5. It is cloudy and 48 degrees in Pittsburgh. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
With multiple tri-state neuropathy centers treatment locations throughout the region, relief from peripheral neuropathy has never been more accessible and successful. Here's Sean Ritchie, founder and DC of Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, with one of his stories from helping over 15,000 patients regain their comfort, mobility, and quality of life.
James from Youngwood suffered for 10 years. He had all the symptoms of neuropathy, the numbness, the pain, the burning, the stabbing, even had these jumpy legs at night. It was destroying his life, and he had to quit his job. After going through our non-invasive treatment program, we were able to get him pain-free, sleeping again. In fact, he told me he went hunting this year and was able to do it without any problem.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help James. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for an initial free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy. Learn more at marydanston.com.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We'll have a mostly cloudy sky tonight with a couple of showers, especially late, a low of 37. Periods of rain and drizzle tomorrow from late morning on into the afternoon with a high of 51 and a chilly start to the weekend Saturday. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
After breaking the NFL draft attendance record with over 805,000 fans witnessing the league's annual restocking of talent, Pittsburgh must capitalize on the momentum this created. ESPN and social media were unbelievably complimentary of our city. We received thousands of rave reviews from first-time visitors. The key is to ensure this success is sustained. All of this required a collaborative effort from so many people and organizations. Let's make sure these same people work just as hard attracting other big events and conventions. Continue to keep our city clean. Look for more areas to improve. The momentum is there. Let's make sure we don't simply celebrate the success, but rather we start stacking wins. There is no time like the present.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK. By the way, that editorial, that's the first I heard that one. That was excellent on the NFL draft. All right, now, here's what we're doing. You want to talk draft? I know you want to talk gas prices. All right. I'm going to talk a little bit about James Comey, some other stuff after this segment. Okay, we'll pick it up after this segment because Margot and I have a friend on here. Margot, you can participate in this interview. Margot and I have a friend by the name of Debbie Cassini-Klein, and we love her. And we just wanted to touch base on, look, tomorrow's May 1st. Can you believe it? Which means that if you have kids and grandkids and all that type stuff, you're going to start planning, guess what? Summer camp. Well, one of the most popular, one of the most beneficial, one of the greatest is Luminari, Pittsburgh, and it's I want to be an ambassador camp. It's incredible. It is Saturday, June 9th to the 17th. It's for rising 8th to 12th graders. Winchester Thurston. I participate and I teach public speaking, which I've taught in different venues around all over the place. Joining us right now, Deb Cassini-Klein from Luminari. Hi, buddy.
Hello, Michael. How are you today?
I'm fine. So what's new this year? What do we got going? This is exciting.
Well, I have to tell your listeners, I love this camp, but I love to have you kick off the camp like you do every year because, when the kids get there the first day, they're kind of shy. They don't know each other. And you've got that energy to get them going, start talking about public speaking, which you do so well. And it's just like a great, it's just a great time. And I love having you.
Thank you so much. And I brought Lenny McAllister with me last year. He was phenomenal. Yeah. And the kids ask questions and we make them at the end get up and talk about themselves and make a short public speech and I think they just feel so confident for the rest of the camp. Speaking of the rest of the camp, what happens
around diplomacy? It's called I Want to Be an Ambassador Camp, as you know, and it's centered around diplomacy and all the leadership skills in the makings of a diplomat or an ambassador. What does it take to be an ambassador? And some of these traits of a successful leader. And so, like as you have said, we do public speaking. We do something about how important first impressions are. We have a body language expert. That's a lot of fun. But it really, I learn a lot from him as well. We do nonverbal communications. These are the 4 days in Pittsburgh where we do this camp. And I have to stress that it's a lot of fun, too. It's very educational because these kids, the ages 13 to 18, they're growing and they're learning. And some of them are very shy at the beginning, but it also takes them out of their comfort zone because they become friends. And like you said, the first day they're already up there for a minute or so doing a little mini speech. And some of them are nervous, but then, by the end of the camp, they're totally different kids than they are at the beginning of the camp. We also do a day trip, well, it's a few hours rather, to the nationality rooms, the cathedral learning at University of Pittsburgh. So that's kind of a nice little field trip to break up the camp. And they also learn about different cultures, which I think is so important. And we learn a lot of that through food, too. I make sure that our lunches just aren't the typical hamburgers and french fries or whatever. They're exposed to Thai food, Mexican food, Greek food. We have a chef from New Orleans, which to me is kind of, New Orleans has food all on its own. So I thought, as far as America goes, that's kind of a unique cuisine there. Ethiopian food, Indian food. So they get a little bit of everything. And it's funny how some of them are apprehensive at first. Many have never eaten any of this food. And I think they surprise themselves how much they enjoy it. And, we don't have anything strange or anything that's going to freak them out, if you will. But
because kids can be finicky. Trust me.
Well, of course, right. And basically, it kind of all comes down to chicken and rice, just how the way they prepare it,
Yeah.
But we have a Mexican food truck the last day, and it's very interesting, educational, but yet a lot of fun. I give them little breaks so they can go outside and enjoy the weather. And it's great. It's just fantastic. And then the following week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, because it's called I Want to Be an Ambassador, we take them to Washington, D.C., and we actually go to embassies and meet ambassadors and diplomats.
That is so cool. That is so cool.
Yes. It's even amazing to me as an adult. The embassies of China, Ukraine, and Mexico.
Wow.
We also make a point to visit the monuments. If we have time, we will go to a Smithsonian. And we do go to the International Spy Museum because that's very intriguing, interesting, and a lot of fun for the kids, too. Because we have to understand, too, they're kids. And I know that most of them are very excited. Some of them, I think maybe their moms pushed them a little bit. And I don't want them to think you're just going to be sitting in a classroom and it's not going to be enjoyable because, again, we have to understand they're teenagers, ages 13 to 18. They're teenagers, and it's in June. So it has to be interesting and fun. And, we just get such tremendous feedback once the camp is done. So I'm very excited about it, as I am every year. This is I believe, my 7th year of being the director of the I Want to Be Ambassador Camp. Yes. Mm-hmm.
My guest is Debbie Cassini-Klein, who worked with me at WQED for many, many years on special projects. And Deb also was executive producer. If you can remember this show, Pittsburgh's Talking with Ann Devlin. That was wow. That we're really we're timing ourselves now. I know. I've known Deb for 30 plus years. Now, Deb, here's the thing. I know that so many grandmothers and parents who are listening to us right now, they want to get their kid into this in Pittsburgh, June 9th to the 17th, and then they go from here to Washington, D.C., the 15th through the 17th. Deb, how do they get in touch? What do they do?
All they have to do is go on our website, luminari.org. That's LUMINAR.org. There's actually 3 camps. There's a cooking camp and a music camp as well, which are, fantastic. But they can just go on the website and they could register there.
All right, I'm going to do it again because I think you left out the I at the end. LUMIN. That's all right. LUMINARI. Luminari.org. .org? .org. There it is. All right. And then they'll be able to fill out the forms, all that type of stuff, because I know it's competitive, but super popular. I'm looking forward to it again. I think this is I don't know how many years I've taught the public speaking. It's been a lot. I know it's been a lot of years, but it's a blast. All right, Deb, have a great night. I'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Yes, I just can't wait. And
Margot, where's Margot? Margot, aren't you saying hi to Deb?
Margot.
Where's Margot?
Bye, Deb.
Margot used to be my intern.
I know.
I adore her. I even took her to Washington, D.C. a couple of times.
I know. I said to Margot, was that the other day? I said, hey, Debbie Cassini-Klein is calling in on Thursday night. She went, what?
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Okay, Deb.
Thanks.
Thanks. Sounds good. Thanks so much. I appreciate it. Thanks for calling in. What'd you say, Margot?
I said the day that you told me she was going to join, she texted me a couple hours later and said, I love hearing you on the radio. And I said, wow, you're joining Michael's show on Thursday, aren't you? She's like, yes, I am.
Oh, I love her. And I love Hilda Fu, and it's a great organization, and it's a lot of fun. Margot, why don't you come with me on that day?
Oh, that would be fun.
Oh,
and Michael.
Wait.
One ever, our boss, PJ Kamanchik, was gobsmacked to find out that we knew each other before we started working.
He was like, you two didn't know each other before here. And I'm like, yes, we did.
We did. We knew each other.
We did public speaking for the rising 8th graders, high school, all that type stuff. And it's a blast. Absolutely. Hey, Margot, you have to come with me that morning.
Maybe I will.
We'll
see.
Well, yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be so fun. All right. We're going to take a minute here to get some ads in, and then we'll get back to the surging gas prices and a couple of other harder issues. All right. 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The Carpenters Training Center is holding its annual open house on Saturday, May 2nd. Doors open from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Bring the whole family and enjoy food prizes and Kids Corner. Their 4-year apprenticeship program is tuition-free, and you will earn competitive wages and benefits while you learn. Information sessions begin at 9 a.m. and noon. Learn about a career in the union building trades, as well as the pre-apprenticeship program. Join them Saturday, May 2nd, as 4th-year apprentices from their 6 crafts participate in competition installations, and demonstrations. Find out more at eascarpenterstech.edu. Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for name brand furniture. Stop in and compare their quality and pricing and save. 380 Auction has name brand furniture for less. Before you buy, shop 380 and save on your next furniture purchase. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132, or log on to shop380.com and save.
No use denying it. Old Man Winter's been hard on our homes. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project before it turns into costly structural damage. Don't keep putting it off. This is the best time to call the repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. So, I was glad to get that guest in. You want to talk gas prices? No worries. You want to talk, post-mortem on the draft? No worries. I'm getting, since I brought up gas prices, I'm getting texts from all over the region on the Ohio border, and at some stations they're sending me pictures. Some stations are $4.89 a gallon, and there are stations that are $4.99 a gallon. How much patience will you have for this? I'd love to know. The other topic I wanted to get out before I pick up phone calls again, 866-391-1020, is, okay. Listen, I've proven to you to be crazy at times. I never heard of this 86 thing. Never. And it's fascinating to me. It really is. On this Comey thing, James Comey being indicted. Do you think this is legitimate or is it retribution? Is it legitimate or is it retribution? I'll let you have your say. So today, President Trump doubled down on his claim that the term 86 is, you know the whole story, right? Comey took a picture of seashells on the beach. He and his wife were walking the beach, and it was 8647, and Trump thinks that meant 86 means to kill, and 47 meant him as the 47th president. Legit or retribution? So Trump doubled down on his claim that the term 86 is a mob term, he said, for a killing, as former FBI Director James Comey faces federal indictment from Trump's Department of Justice. Over the social media post of seashells arranged to read 8647. Trump is quoted today as on X or whatever it is, and on his Truth Social. 86 is a mob term for kill him. They say 86 him. 8647 means kill President Trump, is what Trump wrote directly, verbatim. Because he can't stand Comey. Well, he can't stand Comey. So Comey was indicted. He made an initial court appearance yesterday. The former FBI director, who was fired in 2017 by Trump, that was Trump's first term, He now faces a charge of threats against the president and successors and one charge of transmitting a threat in interstate commerce. The indictment centers on a controversy that erupted nearly a year ago when Comey, in a since-deleted Instagram post, shared a picture of the numbers 8647 written in seashells on the beach with the caption, Comey wrote in his post, "Cool shell formation on my beach walk." And Trump took it as a direct threat against him. Again, on social media, Trump today writes, 8 miles out, 6 feet down. Didn't he also lie to the FBI about this? I think so. The Merriam-Webster Dictionary lists several definitions of 86, the numerals 86, saying the most common use for the informal saying is to describe a way of, quote, to refuse to serve, or to eject or ban a customer from a restaurant and bar. I never knew this, but it's popular among restaurant personnel, like waiters and servers and stuff. And they say 86 him, 86 them, meaning don't serve them. I guess that's what it means. The dictionary says it's also used as a way to say something has been removed. The American Heritage Dictionary says the term may have derived as a rhythm slang for nix, N-I-X. Trump wrote again on social media, "You ever see the movies? 86'em, the mobster says to one of his favorite wonderful associates, 86'em, that means kill him. I think of it as a mob term." How about that? Now, legal scholars, from what I read, from what I've read in the past couple of days and seen on cable news or whatever else, say that this Trump, the Todd Blanche, acting attorney general, going after Comey is a nothing burger and a waste of time, and it's not going anywhere. Because the guy took a picture of seashells on a beach. Now, I don't know. You tell me. Is it a legitimate indictment, which I don't think so, or is it retribution continuing against Comey? Trump has made no secret that his attorney general that he just fired a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, wasn't moving fast enough to go after his so-called enemies that I guess he wanted retribution against. So, 8647 seashells on a beach. Is it legitimate indictment or is it retribution? 866-391-1020. You want to talk gas prices? I'm all into. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-296-6868. That's 800-296-6868.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we are here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. President Trump has signed a bill to fund the Homeland Security Department and end a record partial government shutdown. CBS's Nicole Skanga.
This administration was getting to a point where it was not going to be able to pay not only active duty military, but also law enforcement.
Tacoma, Washington police tell KIRO TV that 6 people are injured, including a suspect after a reported stabbing at Henry Foss High School. One parent says her children are traumatized.
I feel so terrible for the families involved. I cannot imagine what those parents are going through. Just hearing about the situation, being on the outside looking in, is just terrible.
After a record-setting deployment of 300 days for the USS Ford, it's heading home. CBS News military consultant Jeff McCausland with more on 2 carriers still in the Middle East region.
They will be conducting the blockade of the Straits of Hormuz and continuing patrolling operations and the possibility of return to military operations against Iran.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Attention, Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more. And Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-674-5196. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-674-5196 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-674-5196. Again, 412-674-5196. 412-674-5196.
By JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy tonight with a couple of showers around, especially late, a low of 37. Cool tomorrow with some rain at times from late morning on into the afternoon, a high of 51. Mostly cloudy Saturday with a shower, high 50. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. I'm going to pick up this phone call, Michael in Dormont, because I had that guest at 8 o'clock, and I suggested Michael call me back. Michael, thanks for your patience. I really appreciate it. Welcome back.
Thank you.
You bet.
And that was very nice of you.
Sure.
To let me know of that ahead of time.
Sure.
I would appreciate it.
You bet.
Hey, I know Trump has apologized and kind of felt bad for the increase in the gas prices. And he's hoping that it's temporary based upon what's happening over in Iran. I decided to look up what prices were for when Obama started as president. They were $185, and in his first year and a half, it went to $359. And he indicated he was upset about that because he would have preferred a gradual adjustment to get it to $5, because that would get us off of oil and gas-related products. And he implemented these policies so that the price of energy would go up. And then Biden came along and got rid of the Keystone Pipeline, which is 700,000 barrels a day of crude oil that could have come in and taken us off OPEC, Iran, Libya, and Venezuela. And he did that. And I think the other odd thing is Biden celebrated that the pump pain that we were experiencing was an incredible transition in the U.S. economy. As Biden spoke, the average cost of a gallon of gasoline was $4.59. And if you take it based on inflation, we're actually paying way lower than what he bragged about.
Michael, where did you see, I've never heard Donald Trump apologize for anything, calling people garbage, anything, saying that he was glad. He was glad. You said he apologized. Where did you see that? I'm looking for it.
He said he would like to see gas prices go down. So you're right. Technically, he did not apologize.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that up. Yeah.
He would like them to go down, as opposed to Obama and Biden, who said they would like it to go up so we get off of fossil fuels. So you're correct.
Okay. Keep going. Go ahead. You have a couple minutes left.
Okay. So my point is the Obama administration and the Biden administration intentionally made oil and gas prices go up at the pump. Trump has taken care of a problem that's been around for 47 years and felt that the economy could handle, even though it would hurt him politically, he could take care of a problem that's been around, and we can't have Iran, especially after everybody's seen what they have done to their neighbors over the last 8 to 10 weeks, have a nuclear weapon. So he gave up a political advantage going into the midterms to take care of a problem, and he would like the prices to be lower. But the past two administrations from the Democrats want the prices to be higher, and they did not take care of the nuclear situation in Iran.
First of all, Michael, I appreciate your views here.
Thank you.
You bet, absolutely. First of all, I think it's crazy to think that Democrats want Obama or Biden wanted gas prices to go up. I disagree on your thinking on that. Secondly,
his quote was, "I think I would rather have it preferred to have it gone up gradually." he wasn't upset it went up. Obama.
Nobody. Yeah, no, Michael. I think you're splitting hairs. Nobody wants gas prices to go up now. No, he didn't. And you know, Michael, you know he didn't. And you say Democrats. Come on. Secondly,
it's in quotes.
And secondly,
it's from NBC.
Michael,
NBC,
let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. Don't interrupt.
I think
Just
I
give me a
would
minute.
rather have preferred it to gradually adjust it.
That doesn't mean he wanted gas prices to go up. That's number one. Number two, Michael. Michael, let me finish my thought. Let me finish my thought on the issue. That's okay.
Not interrupt.
No, that's okay. It's all right. That's okay. I know you sound like a really good, nice guy. Hold on, and just let me address the nuclear weapon business. In the last 3 months, every physicist and every geophysicist and every person, including John Kerry, that put the deal together. And I know Trump wants to lie about the deal with Biden, or the Obama deal with Iran, and it's all lies. And you guys, I know accepting that. I'm used to you guys accepting all that now. But the physicists,
I'm not here to talk about that.
I know, but I know that, Michael. But let me just, because you mentioned the nuclear weapon, and I know that's Trump's thing, that Iran would have a nuclear weapon, blah, 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 and that's why he did this. And I don't believe that's why he did this. I believe he did it at the behest of Israel, but that's a different situation. Now, the agreement had verification that the people from the UN and the physicists went in to verify that Iran didn't have a nuclear weapon. Now, Trump pulled us out of that, and then they started pursuing it again, Michael.
I do have to interrupt. Are you saying that the Biden-Obama agreement allowed inspections without being announced? Are you saying that Iran could not say, no, you can't come in? Are you saying that Iran was not able to say we need 45 days? Because all three of those statements are true.
So the physicists verified.
They're true.
Michael, hold on. Let me get my point out. Verified that the physicists verified and the inspectors verified that the nuclear material was not appreciating, and they didn't have a nuclear weapon. They started moving toward a nuclear weapon again when Trump pulled us out of the agreement. I know he's sort of your hero, and I get that. That's okay. It doesn't bother me.
No, don't give me he's my hero. He's not my hero.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that.
I would like to live in reality. The three things I stated were true. We could not go in. The UN and the inspectors could not go in unannounced. We could only go in on their permission, and many times we were told we had to wait 45 days. And all three of those are true. So when you come and say that we knew they did not have or were moving towards a nuclear weapon, what do you base that on?
Because the physicists who went in there...
They couldn't go in there.
Yes, they did.
Unless they were invited.
Michael, yes, they did go in there. Look at. Do me a favor, because you sound like a fair guy. I know Trump's not your hero. Look up the testimony and the recent John Kerry. And I know you probably don't like the Obama.
Kerry. Why don't you look at the document that was signed? The document that's signed does not allow us to go in.
You and I want this.
You can see
Michael,
that in writing.
you and I want the same thing.
To go in,
I think the people who run Iran are disgusting, theocracy pigs who murder innocent people. Who want and of course I don't want
every
Iran.
Day, like we get a haircut.
Of course I don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Of course not. But do yourself a favor. Don't worry about the past statements that are in your head. Look up the physicists who went in there, the best minds in the world. And I don't know. Listen,
Look at the actual document that was signed. We were not allowed to go in unannounced.
Michael, it didn't matter. The inspections were done.
But they were done
and Trump,
on their timetable.
Trump,
that would be like me
and Trump,
being a pedophile,
Donald Trump,
moving all the kids
Michael,
out of my
Donald
home
Trump pulled us.
I can tell you,
Michael. But that sounds like someone talking to me. Michael. Hey, Donald Trump pulled us out.
Michael. That was funny, actually.
I know. Michael, listen, I got to run here. I appreciate the call. Give me a call Saturday. We'll pick it up again. Very good call, Michael. Thanks so much. I appreciate it. Michael from Dormont. All right. Hey. Gas prices, whatever you want. This 86.47. Legitimate or retribution. I talk to any legal person and they think it's laughable. It's crazy stuff. I don't know. Crazy stuff. My, oh, my. All right, 866-391-1020. I'll pick up the calls coming up.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Lowe's has the brands pros trust to get the job done. You can now shop new Catalyst fencing solutions and save big when you do. 10% off when you buy in bulk. Plus, save $180 on a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel sliding compound miter saw. Now just $449. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. 24 months, no payments or interest. $500 off. Restrictions do apply, but call 412-543-6003.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Spring savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, great on the grill, ahi tuna steaks are $9.99 a pound. In the produce department, Haas variety avocados are 5 for $5. In the deli, Garden Fresh Pico de Gallo, 12-ounce packages, $3.99 each. And additional savings this week, selected varieties Totino's tortilla chips, 10 to 12-ounce bags, 2 for $7.
Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Yeah, that's the party line right now. That if Trump didn't go in, because of the gas prices surging, and if that's the party line that it was to save us from a nuclear weapon with Iran. Now, the people who internationally it wasn't just us, internationally, entered into that deal under Obama and Iran, had verifiable inspections. And to this day, the physicists who were involved with it and some of the inspections and European leaders as well, they said, this is just part of the reaction. President Trump's decision to pull out of the Iran deal years ago by not extending waivers on Iran sanctions, one of the most reckless and dangerous things he's done as president. In the absence of any concrete evidence of an Iranian violation, this president's rash decision to violate the JCPOA, that's the agreement, isolates us from our international partners who worked diligently with us and negotiated in good faith to bring about this landmark agreement. That closed all pathways. These are the physicists now, and I don't know about this stuff, but they do. And these are the leaders around the world that closed all pathways to Iran's nuclear weapon activities. Now, and some people, praise Trump for pulling out of it. I didn't. I disagree. Their sort of their consortium opinion, walking away from it has added to escalating tensions in the region and the threat of war or military confrontation, which that's been fulfilled, and it's become more likely. Successfully confronting Iran's hostile actions relating to nukes has been made more difficult now that Trump has pulling out. And there you have it. There you have it. Not just I, but a lot of people are saying it. A lot of people are saying it. Now, look, when Trump sent those bombers in that clandestine mission, was that last summer? But we never. I don't know that we ever did. We ever go in to verify what was in that cave or that mountain? I was damn well happy about it. I was. But read up on these physicists. They had some really cool perspective, in the sense that He's never going to leave this opinion that he went in there for to stop them from having a nuclear weapon. Well, what's the proof that that's been stopped now? They started it back up after he pulled out of the deal, and that's documented and well documented. And, read up on it. Now, I don't think anyone wants Iran to have a nuclear. They're crazy. I can't stand them. The civil rights violations that they pursue. The oppression they've promulgated. The murders, public murders. No. I'm with Trump on that. I'm with Israel on that. But look, there's a reason that people are skeptical about Trump's unyielding answer relating to gas prices. Well, it's better to have that. It's better to have that than for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Well, I just don't see where they were. They were getting somewhat close to it, but guess what? It's because he pulled out of the deal. Now, you can call me and say I'm crazy, but I'm never going to believe anything other than that. I'm not. Read up on the physicists. Read up on the international inspectors who went in there. over it with a fine-tooth comb. And Iran wasn't pursuing a nuclear weapon then. They started acting up when Trump pulled out of it. And that, I think that was harmful to our national security. I don't just say it. Read up on it. It's pretty fascinating stuff. It really is. And, you know, if he can show us something that they were close to having a nuclear weapon, and this is why he started this war, then I'll be the first to say I'm wrong. I'm not like Donald Trump. When I'm wrong, I admit it. I'm not like Donald Trump. When I say something stupid and offending and wrong, I apologize a lot. Yes, I do. Yep, yes, I do. But I've never called people garbage either. And I've never said that, you know, when someone died, that I was glad they were dead. I've never said that. Never. So, you know, I'm just saying. Do I accept his explanation? No, I do not. And if you do, I respect that. I do. As long as you respect mine. Okay? 866-391-1020. Here we go.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Starting a home improvement project? Before you build a deck, plant a tree, or put up a fence, remember to call 811. Professionals from underground utilities like Peoples will mark your lines with flags so you can dig safely. Whether you're doing the work yourself or hiring a professional, calling 811 before you dig is free for homeowners. And it's the law. Call 811 3 days before you dig to keep you and your family safe. Peoples, an essential utilities company.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you. Featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Michael Toscano. Cole Thomas Allen, accused of trying to assassinate President Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, appeared in court today, and correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns reports he'll remain behind bars.
It's actually a surprise that Allen agreed to remain in detention because his attorneys earlier had asked for him to be released ahead of his trial. But prosecutors want him in federal custody because they say the crimes he's being charged with are among the most serious in the United States Code.
Allen has not entered a plea. The New York Times reports the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein may have left a suicide note. It would be from 3 weeks before his death, which is declared a suicide. More from CBS's Meg Oliver.
It was after Jeffrey Epstein's first alleged suicide attempt in July 2019 that his cellmate discovered a possible suicide note written by Epstein tucked in a novel, according to the New York Times. That cellmate is Nicholas Tartaglione, a former police officer then accused and later convicted of killing 4 people.
At least 5 people were injured in a possible stabbing at a high school in Tacoma, Washington. Tacoma police say 4 students and a security guard were taken to a hospital from Henry Foss High School. The suspect, a student, was detained at the scene. This parent is upset.
It's very traumatizing for them, and the fact that this is going on inside of their school where they're supposed to be safe, where all the kids are supposed to be safe, it's not okay.
Police say 4 of the injured are in serious condition. President Trump has signed a bill to fund most of DHS after a breakthrough on Capitol Hill.
The 75-day shutdown is over now that the House has passed a bill previously passed by the Senate. It funds all of the Department of Homeland Security except ICE and Border Patrol, which is expected to be passed separately. The shutdown came after Democrats demanded changes in the Trump administration's immigration enforcement tactics, including requiring body cameras and restricting immigration raids in places like schools. The bill, passed and signed by the president, came as new Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen warned the department was about to run out of money. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Correspondent Ed O'Keefe says the timeline for getting congressional approval to continue the war with Iran is now begsargued over.
Defense Secretary Hegseth argued the war can continue despite a law requiring congressional approval after 60 days of fighting. The 60th day is tomorrow. Hegseth argued the current ceasefire with Iran means the 60-day deadline's on pause. Democrats say they disagree.
In Texas, Camp Mystic, where 27 girls died in floods last July, is withdrawing its application for a camp license and will not reopen this season. This is CBS News.
Join Adriana Diaz and Kelly O'Grady for the perfect start to your weekend. Ease into your Saturday with CBS Saturday Morning on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
The first direct airline flight from the U.S. to Venezuela since the U.S. raid on that country has taken place. CBS News Miami reporter Morgan Reiner has the story for us.
This flight marks the transition from dialogue to action.
Venezuelan ambassador to the United States, Felix Plasencia, said this flight is concrete evidence that relations between the countries are improving. The flight stopped in 2019 after the U.S. Department of State issued a warning about crime and the detention of American citizens. In January, the U.S. captured former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro.
So happy, I am from Venezuela. I was waiting for this moment for a long time. I want to go to see my family, my mom and everything.
Jorge Gallardo broke down in tears when he saw the Venezuelan flags at the American ticket counter.
A storm will spread heavy rain and thunderstorms from New Mexico to northern Florida tomorrow with a risk of localized flooding. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Well, a mostly cloudy sky tonight with a couple of showers, especially late, a low of 37. Periods of rain and drizzle tomorrow from late morning on into the afternoon with a high of 51 and a chilly start to the weekend Saturday. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh. Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okie dokie. One more hour, baby. Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA. Boy, you're getting a lot of texts and emails about tonight's show. Okay, back to the phones. Thanks for being so patient. Look who it is, Craig in West Virginia. Hey, Craig.
How you doing, Michael?
I'm okay. Doing well. How about you?
Well, I was going to beat you up earlier.
Why?
But, the hardest job in America is setting on hold with KDKA because you got a plan, and then you get a caller call in, and then you got to revert to another whole way to do it. Another caller calls in, and you start thinking, that's more important than what I was going to talk about in the first place.
Hey, it ain't easy. I'm telling you.
It's the hardest job in America.
And I'm juggling all sorts of stuff over here.
You were talking about the whole 86 thing.
Yeah.
Now, I saw it on X today that in Butler and in Mount Pleasant, it was 86 WV, which I'm taking as West Virginia.
Oh!
So that got to be Andy and Dan that they're trying to 86 me. I'm just saying. I can't prove it. No video. I'm just saying.
Wow, I never heard of the 86 thing before now.
Oh my God, this is
the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And lawyers are like, "What?" The guy's walking on the beach, but my understanding, he and his wife didn't put the shells together. They just took a picture of it, right?
Yeah, exactly, and it's so goofy. But here's why I called. First of all, the reason I was going to beat you up is because you let Steve call in and talk about gas prices went up under Biden because of the new Green Deal. Michael, you got to, and here's how I'm going to play this from here on out. From today forward, when I call in and call you Michael, I'm happy the way you fought against Republicans. When I call in and call you Bartley,
It means, but I have to let them have their opinion,
Listen, the Green New Deal had zero to do with gas prices.
When he said that, I had 500 texts saying, this guy's wrong, but I had to let him have his view.
The three states that their energy prices went down with electricity and gas, Kansas, Iowa, South Dakota, all green energy. Kansas has 62% wind energy, and their electric bills went down. The only state in the nation. But now is why I called Michael when he called in, talking about the Keystone Pipeline. Michael, listen, and just to regress for a second, if we don't find a way to cut off Fox News, this country, we're going to lose this country.
It's almost like it's a different reality. And did you understand, before you get to that, and I can read everything subsequent to that phone call about the Obama-Iran deal, which was not just him, mind you, it was an international deal. And two of the people close to the deal that have followed this, and and the sad part is it didn't get a ton of. I'm not taking away your time, Craig. Just give me a minute. That a ton of it didn't get a lot of media that it should have, but scientists and the international inspectors tried to warn us, saying this is a horrible decision, this was a terrible decision, but Trump's going to do what he does. And the international inspectors said that Iran, this is new, has a total of 11 tons of uranium at various enrichment levels. With further purification, that is enough to build up to 100 nuclear weapons, more than the estimated size of Israel's arsenal. Virtually all of that cachet accumulated in the years after Trump abandoned the Obama-era deal. And that's the reality. And no one's gonna say anything to dissuade me on this deal. And he can say it all he wants to distract against the high gas prices. But he pulled out of the deal, and we had them. And now everything is it's a dangerous reality now.
I'm going to explain the Keystone Pipeline to the listening audience, and I am telling you, I was in the industry. I did 45 minutes on Marty Griffin's show, took calls, the whole ball of wax. Here is the Keystone Pipeline. It comes out of Alberta, Canada, drops down into America, runs across to the Dakotas, drops down through Chicago, down into Texas, Louisiana, and they refine it. Now, here's the kicker. It is tar sand oil. It is used for things like blacktop. Has zero to do with gasoline prices. You do not refine that for gasoline.
Correct.
The Keystone Pipeline was an elbow that came across from Montana down to close to Illinois, that came across the largest aquifer in this country. If there would have been a spill over that aquifer, it would have ruined 7 states in their farming water. Michael, not you, Michael, the caller, Michael, the Looney Tune, Fruity Pebbles, just turn off Fox for 1 second, and you got a computer in your hand, a cell phone, a smartphone. Just Google it. The Keystone Pipeline has not shut down a single day since Joe Biden has been in office. Holy camole. Enough. Michael,
I'm with you. Now, since you brought that up too, hold on. Now, I'm not taking issue with you, Craig, but I distinctly remember. Now, today, Trump said it again. He said about the nuclear weapon. It's better they have a nuclear weapon. Gas prices, this is over. They'll drop like a rock. Now, Craig, you told me once, a couple months ago, that when the war is over, that gas prices will fall rather fast. Now, I was reading, and you tell me if I'm crazy or not, some of the energy experts have said the war could end tomorrow, but the price of gas could linger throughout the summer.
Michael, here's the thing. Here's the part that caps my behind that people don't understand about. Listen, I'm all about corporate America. I'm all about making money. I don't want government involved in corporate business. I get every bit of that.
I get all that.
But at some point, maybe government might have to step in, because here's why. The war started February 28th in Russia, who everybody thinks that Russia needs help from OPEC oil. Their gas price was 83 cents a liter, which not that I'm a physicist, but that takes it to $3.11 a gallon. And guess what? Today in Russia, it's $3.11 a gallon. They never moved a single penny. Donald Trump, in his campaign, went to Texas.
Yep, with the oil executives.
With the oil executives, and said, listen, if you give me $1 billion into my campaign fund, you will have carte blanche. And guess what? When they get their money back, this war will be over. It is not about nuclear. It's about paying back his donors. We have seen it over and over and over again. How in the world did Russia's gas prices not move 1 penny? And you know what?
That's interesting. That's interesting, isn't it?
Today?
That's interesting.
Yeah, at $4.99 in Ohio today. I was watching the news at 5 o'clock. I don't know where he was at in Ohio, but it was $4.99 for unleaded.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Now, by any chance, did you see the Pete Hegseth testimony in the Senate today?
Yes.
All right. Did you see? Wait, you watched the whole thing? I had to leave the house, so I wanted to, but I. Did you see the exchange with Elizabeth Warren when she accused him, and why he didn't have an answer, or did he know anything about the fact that what are those not gambling sites, but what are those things that future sites where you can make money if you predict some prediction sites, I guess you call them, but
Polymarket.
What?
Polymarket.
Yeah, okay, that's it. Yeah. So she said that and you probably remember it better, but she was saying that they tracked hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, I guess, when and that people in the government would do a prediction, bet on a prediction that gas prices would go up or down within 24 hours, less than 24 hours of when Trump would make a statement about the war, and that they would make all this money.
Michael, listen. People can stick their head in the sand like an ostrich. I am telling you what is happening. Listen, you got Kristi Noem, $223 million, and given to a company that had been in existence for 7 days for her to ride in front of the president's heads at Mount Rushmore. Are you kidding me? He has one goal. He is going to make as much money that he can make for him and his family and his backers, and that's what this is about. He is telling people about what's going to happen with gas. He is telling people what's going to happen with the stock market. And here's the thing. Democrats being so naive, we're just sitting back here la-di-da-di-da. I can't hardly wrap my head around it. This whole Polymarket thing, talking about taking out Maduro from Venezuela. And we have a person in the Republican Party making $400,000 on that, and he's one of the people gone in.
Incredible. I think I'm hoping people are figuring it out and paying attention. Craig, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Talk Saturday. Thanks so much.
All right, Michael.
Take care. All right, I'm back to the phones in a minute.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for all your spring needs. Great prices on vegetable and flower flats. The fresh produce comes in weekly. 380 Auction has name brand furniture, tools, automotive supplies, pet supplies, lawn and garden, toys, food, and new items arriving daily. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132, or log on to shop380.com and save.
When it comes to surgery, trust matters. At Independence Health System, our award-winning surgeons use advanced techniques and technology to deliver safe, precise, and personalized care. We offer minimally invasive options for faster recovery, smaller incisions, and less risk. From hernia repair to bariatric surgery, our skilled team is here for you every step of the way. Learn more at independence.health. Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Head to PNC Park on Sunday, May 3rd for the first family fun day of the season when the Bucks take on the Cincinnati Reds at 1:35 p.m. Arrive at PNC Park early to enjoy the Family Fun Zone on Federal Street, presented by C&M Play Studio with fun for the entire family. Plus, all kids 14 and under take home a Pirates-themed comic book in honor of Superhero Day. And be sure to stay after the game for Kids Run the Bases, presented by Chicken of the Sea. Get more info at pirates.com/familyfundays.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back, callers. Thanks for being so patient with me. I really appreciate that. And we're getting a gazillion calls here tonight, as we always do. Thursdays are fun. Okay, do I have Miff in Murraysville? Is it Miff?
It's Miff. It's short for Mifflin.
Oh, wait a minute. I love that name. What a great name, Mifflin. Your first name is Mifflin?
Yes, it is.
That is a phenomenal name. They call you Miff.
I go by Miff.
Oh, that is excellent. Wow, Mifflin. What a great... Were you named after Wes Mifflin?
No, actually, my uncle was, and my father named me after him.
Oh, that is so cool. I don't think I've ever encountered anybody whose first name is Mifflin. That's a really cool name.
Well,
wow.
I have a little bit more for you.
Well, go ahead.
My uncle had a son named Mifflin, and I have a son named Mifflin.
That is so cool. Wow.
Spelled differently. Just quick sidebar. My uncle was much younger than my dad. So my dad and my mother got married, and they used to have to watch him. His name is spelled Mifflin.
Yeah.
She couldn't stand it, but the men always named the kids throughout our family. So my father named me after his brother. Well, my mother spelled it differently. Mifflyn.
What? Oh, that's unbelievable. Oh, man.
But I just wanted to, your last caller touched on what I wanted to correct Michael on.
Yeah.
Which was about the Keystone pipeline.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And actually, he taught me something. He was much more knowledgeable because he was in the industry. But everyone thinks that pipeline was for us. It was not. It was from Canada, just like he said, down to Texas. And then after it was refined, it was going to China.
Yeah, and it's not gas you put in your gas tank.
Correct.
It's not oil that's refined to put in your car.
A lot of people thought, we would have had all that oil. But here's another thing. During the Obama era, that is when we became oil independent. And we pumped more oil during Obama's term than we had ever done in our lifetime.
And under Biden as well. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, correct. No, you're right. But I feel the same way you do about Trump. I really believe, he should have never gotten out of that deal with Iran.
It opened it. That's what, to me, that's what caused all that trouble.
Well, I don't think it was. I think it was planned because he this time was able to do what he wanted to do, which was control the army. So now, no matter what happens over here, because he could care less about how much we pay for gas. Now that he has this button on the army in a manner that we're used to, let's see what happens come election time.
I'm with you on that, and I tell you, because I think we're in this thing for a while. One of the, I don't know what, maybe it was CNN I was watching, I forget, but they were saying that, Trump has underestimated the power Iran has over the Strait of Hormuz. Trump can go in there with all the military might, but they're kind of squeezing us right now in this thing. They are.
Oh, I agree. But what I was trying to get to is now that he can say, hey, we got to use the Army for this, we have to use the Army for that, I believe come this November, he's going to say, I don't care what you guys say, we're going to have the Army at every polling place.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Oh, boy.
You know, he's built his own SS group, ICE. You know, so he has his private army, but he knows that it'll be more palatable if the U.S. Marines and Army was actually there.
Boy,
Once he gets that done, I believe probably midday he will call off the election and say, we've seen too much. Things are bad. We can't do this.
This is a possibility, Mifflin, and I this could be. I think, you know, they'll maybe try to intimidate so that people they'd be afraid to go to the polling places, like the elderly and so forth. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, and yes, but what I'm trying to get at is before the day is over, I believe he's going to say, we've seen too many things that are bad. We have to call off this election.
Interesting.
I'm president for life.
I don't think it will come to that extreme, but well,
I hope not.
But I'll tell you something. It's interesting that, and a friend of mine the other day, you know, and I said because you know there are two Democrats running in Maine, and the winner, and she dropped out today, and because this other, I think he's a billionaire, is going to run. This billionaire is going to run against you know, Susan Collins, and he can win. He could win this, and that could be a telltale sign. And if we, you know, so I think if the election were held today, we win the House. Would we win the Senate? Maybe not, but we're at least competitive on that. If we win both houses in November, look out. And Trump has said, you know, that, you know, he wants all the, you know, the gerrymandering and all this type thing done, and that was a major blow yesterday what the Supreme Court did. But he said, we got to do this because they'll impeach me. But a friend of mine said the other day that he thinks we'd win both houses, the House and the Senate. But we have to be careful because last time everybody got mad at the Democrats for taking him to the woodshed for, you know, January 6th and everything else that he did. And I'm like, so what? You got to do it, you know. And I think, like, if you listen to Adam Schiff and all the rest, a lot of these deals, like we were just talking about these betting places and all that type of stuff, predictions and all that, I think the Congress is going to look into all of it. I do. And I
if we win, if we're allowed to vote, oh, for sure. He's going to pardon everybody that's been around him.
Yeah.
Because they're all crooks.
Yeah. And look, you know, listen, Mifflin, what a great call. This was so wonderful. You can call me anytime, but I don't think it's going to come to that extreme. If it does, that that we can't vote in November, guess what? Democracy is officially over.
Well, exactly. And, you know, there's a reason he's building all of these concentration camps.
What does that mean?
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you can't say that. Can't say that.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay, sorry about that. I gotta hang up for you. I can't. You can't say that. Mifflin, but I'll tell you what. Call me anytime. But I had to hang up on you there, and so that nobody heard that what you said. Yeah, we can't swear on the air. But yeah, no. You know, learned your lesson. You can call me Saturday. I enjoyed your call. I really did. Yeah. I'm enjoying all the calls tonight. Republicans, Trumpers, and Democrats and lefties. It's all good. It's all good. All right. News coming right up in about 30 seconds.
The Carpenters Training Center is holding its annual open house on Saturday, May 2nd. Doors open from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Bring the whole family and enjoy food, prizes, and Kids Corner. Their 4-year apprenticeship program is tuition-free, and you will earn competitive wages and benefits while you learn. Information sessions begin at 9 a.m. and noon. Learn about a career in the union building trades, as well as the pre-apprenticeship program. Join them Saturday, May 2nd, as 4th-year apprentices from their 6 crafts participate in competitions and demonstrations. Find out more at eascarpenterstech.edu.
Beat the spring cleaning rush with Zero Res this week. Get 1 room of carpet cleaned, get another room cleaned for free. Unlimited rooms and whole system duct cleaning, now just $5.99. But hurry, visit ZeroResPGH.com.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
I look at these restaurant closings and I go, okay, did the American consumer not think this bubble was going to burst? Yeah, stuff costs more. Yeah, gas costs more. Yeah, it's all passed on to you. And at some point you go, I really can't go out to eat as much. And then bang, the restaurant closes. But wasn't the problem that we had way too many to begin with?
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Cole Thomas Allen, the suspect in the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, has agreed to remain detained in the lead-up to his trial, but has not entered a plea. Correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns has more on his appearance in court today.
Allen is charged with attempting to assassinate President Trump, along with 2 other gun charges. And we're also expecting prosecutors to bring another charge, assaulting a police officer. And Allen is due back in court on May 11th.
The New York Times reports the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein may have written a suicide note 3 weeks before his death. CBS's Meg Oliver reports his roommate, Nicholas Tartaglione, says he found it in a book.
Epstein was moved to another cell where he was found dead weeks later. The alleged note was at some point sealed by a federal judge as part of Tartaglione's criminal case. And for nearly 7 years, its existence was unknown, locked up in a New York courthouse.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
Time to bring some fresh colors to your home. Call Serta Pro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Indoors, outdoors, get the quality job you want at a price you'll appreciate with a detailed estimate. And each Serta Pro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. So schedule your pre-estimate online at CertaPro.com, that's Serta with a C, and take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. That's Serta Pro Painters.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice, the Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Right now, we'll make your move to the Village perfect too. Up to $2,000 toward moving costs. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy tonight with a couple of showers around, especially late, a low of 37. Cool tomorrow with some rain at times from late morning on into the afternoon, a high of 51. Mostly cloudy Saturday with a shower, high 50. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow morning, 5:30 until 10 on the Big K Morning Show. We welcome the month of May and the Pittsburgh Marathon. What you need to know, even if you're not going to go.
Welcome back. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh. Oh, yeah, this has been fun here tonight. Yes, indeed. No, I know a lot of want to talk about gas, and that's, but this 86 business, I tell you, that came out of nowhere. I must be living in a cave. I never heard of that before. 86. And my understanding is James Comey and his wife were walking the beach, took a picture of these seashells and posted it. And Trump believes that was a death threat against him. Because 86, I guess, means don't serve somebody, but Trump says it means kill someone. Because he saw it in a mafia movie or something like that. So, yeah. Interesting, isn't it? Wow. Okay, back to the phones. Greg, am I good? Okay, all right. So I'm going to get to the phones here in a minute. I guess we're still dealing with that, issue of the last caller swearing. So it's okay. But anyway, had you ever heard of 86? I don't know. And then, but they say it's a restaurant thing. That, the restaurant people, they say 86 somebody, which means don't serve them or something like that. Yeah. The other issue I wanted to get to tonight, but ran out of time was, who's on hold here? Joanne and Cynthia. Don't worry, I'm going to get to you. So, Idaho tonight. Okay, someone's going to have to educate me on this. Maybe I'll have time on Saturday. So, 6 transgender Idaho residents are suing the state and federal court, asking a federal judge to declare a strict new bathroom ban unconstitutional. The law, which goes into effect in July, it's not law yet, is the strictest bathroom ban in the nation, subjecting people to time behind bars if they knowingly enter a bathroom, locker room, or changing area that does not correspond with their sex assigned at birth, even if the bathroom is in a privately owned business. Violators could be charged with a misdemeanor and sentenced to a year in jail for a first offense or a felony of up to 5 years in prison. Wow. The plaintiffs say the law forces them to either stay at home or risk harassment, assault, or arrest when using public restrooms. So, okay, this is why I don't understand it. If you are born a male and you decide to transgender, either one as a woman, okay, and you're now a woman, okay, and I'm not the most knowledgeable on transgender stuff. You're a woman, okay? So you're going to use a bathroom used by men now? I'm not getting that. Let's flip it around. So if you're born a woman and you transgender into being a man, it's your life, not mine. And this law makes absolutely certain that you have to use a bathroom First of all, I couldn't care less who uses what kind of a bathroom. Now, I get the sports thing. I get all that. I do. Okay, that's a whole different issue. But anyway, this is about bathrooms. Okay, again, you're a woman, and you transgender to being a man. If you don't use the women's bathroom, you serve 5 years in jail. As a man. Am I missing something here? I don't get it. I just don't get it. I just don't. To me, that's crazy. Wow. All right, I'm going to try to fit in my last two calls. Greg, I'm going to take a break now then, and then come back for a longer segment to get them in, or what do you want to do? Okay, let's take a break, and then I'll take Joanne and Cynthia for a longer segment before, and I'll get you both in. Don't worry, okay? Michael Bartley, KDK.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
Thanks to the Good Feet Store.
Are your bad feet making you grumpy all day, like Dan was?
I was born with a sunny disposition, but I had so much knee pain and foot pain, I wasn't that way anymore. I didn't know what to do. But then I'm driving down the street one day and my knee's hurting, and I see a Good Feet store. I thought, what do I have to lose?
Good Feet arch supports aren't just a cushion or a flimsy shoe insert. We have a system of arch supports designed to create better alignment for all 4 of your foot's arches. And the only place to get the Good Feet system is at the Good Feet store.
Once I got my arch supports from Good Feet, I just went back to being my happy self again. My wife noticed it, my friends noticed it, even my dog noticed it. I just wish that I'd found Good Feet 20 or 30 years ago. I've got my Sonny back.
Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Joanne and Cynthia, stay on the line. I'm trying to get to you, but we're having an equipment issue here. So just stay on the line. If I can get you, I will. Okay. And I apologize, but if for some reason I don't, we can pick it up on Saturday. But stay right there. It's possible that I'm going to get to you. I really apologize about that. I do. I'm very sorry. Because you've been on hold. Anyway, so back to this Idaho thing, which I don't understand, and I'll tease this out, and we can maybe talk about this on Saturday. And again, I'm no expert on transgendered stuff. I've been a gay rights advocate my whole life, but this is not about trans people playing high school sports or college sports. I understand that's a whole different deal, but anyway, because I just don't understand this. This makes no sense to me. And when I pick it up down the road, and I can take phone calls again, you can educate me, because it makes no sense to me. And this is going to be a big story. They're suing, and it'll go probably to the Supreme Court. I don't know what. So the 6 transgendered Idaho residents. By the way, Utah's next below Idaho, and that governor of Utah, I respected him. Was that last year or the year before? Their legislature there came up with a similar law. And the governor there, a Republican, said, "This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I'm not signing it. It affects 3 people in the whole state." Well, this is 6 people in Idaho. So there's 6 transgendered residents suing the state in federal court, asking a federal judge to declare the new bathroom law there unconstitutional. See, the law, which goes into effect in July, is the strictest in the nation, subjecting people to time behind bars if they knowingly enter a bathroom, locker room, or changing area that does not correspond with their sex assigned at birth. This is where they lost me. Even if the bathroom is in a privately owned business, violators could be charged with a misdemeanor and sentenced to a year in jail for a first offense, or a felony with up to 5 years in prison for a second offense. The plaintiffs say the law forces them to stay at home or risk harassment, assault, or arrest when using public bathrooms. This is what one of the plaintiffs told ABC News. "I've been enjoying life as a man, and using the men's restrooms hasn't been a big deal. But this law would force me to use the women's facilities, and doing so would only invite suspicion, questions, and raised eyebrows. I would have to face enough choices every time I leave my home. Do I know the restroom situation when I go out to eat with my friends? Do I know the restrooms available when I go to public parks or go birdwatching, I guess he meant. What do I do while I'm at work all day?" Republicans, one of the sponsors of the legislation, said in March that the law was needed to protect women and children. He suggested that transgender people could simply find and use a single occupancy, gender-neutral restroom if they wanted. But are there such facilities in all places? That gender-neutral, I'm all for them. I mean, it's just, why would I don't understand this. I just don't. I'm not getting this at all. The man that I quoted before said the only restroom available that has work, which is a local grocery store and some restaurants, conference centers, and gas stations, are multi-occupancy gendered facilities. And they would perceive him as a man, and he is worried he will face violence if he goes into a women's restroom facility as required by the new law. Ultimately, he said, complying with this law would be extremely isolating. The only safe option truly available is just to stay home. This is very depressing to me. Or leave the state entirely. Do it. Leaving my treasured friends and community behind. So, are you understanding my issue here? The other plaintiffs, and this is going to come to a head, this is crazy to me, unless I'm crazy, which, I've been known to be. The other plaintiff, his name is Peter Poe, is a transgender man with a beard, and said using a women's restroom would be disruptive. The other person, Amelia Millette, a transgender woman, says her job requires her to assist clients at their own offices, and most of those offices only do not have gender-neutral restrooms. She said she will have to limit her access there. At least 19 states, including Idaho, already have laws barring transgendered people from using bathrooms and changing rooms that align with their gender in schools and, in some cases, other public places. So, I'm not understanding. They're making this worse because, to me, they're making it worse. Again, they have to go to a bathroom according to their gender at birth. So, a girl at birth transgenders into a man, and if he doesn't use the women's bathroom, he gets arrested. If he doesn't if he does it again, he goes to prison. And he's a man walking into a women's restroom. Do you understand me? And on the flip side, a boy born a boy transgenders into a woman, and if that trans woman doesn't use the men's room, she goes to prison. What the hell kind of sense does that make? Am I stupid? Am I stupid? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I don't understand. I'm totally not getting this. That is so stupid. That is really stupid. Now, I know that Republicans and Trump supporters have been very vocal, worried about where people go to a bathroom. I don't care where they go to the bathroom. So, if this person gets sucker punched, murdered, beaten, based on the law they have to follow, and then the next time they're afraid to go into that bathroom and they go to the bathroom outside and the police arrest them for indecent exposure. What the hell is that? Are you kidding me? No, listen. I mean, that's crazy. So crazy. All right, I'm going to sneak 2 phone calls in very quickly. Joanne, I'm sorry about this. Now I can take you. You only got about 1:30.
Okay, and I'm going to have to maybe talk to you on Saturday because that program that they're having, is that just for young men?
No, it's young men and women. Yeah, that Luminari.
Okay.
Yeah, yep.
Right. Well, I had a couple of questions.
Okay.
And it's amazing. I hear that I'm talking to a celebrity. Every time I look around, there's someone else kind of famous that you know.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, my God.
And the other thing that I want to talk about, the gas prices in Pennsylvania. These people have selective memories. It was Corbett who put an extra gas tax on Pennsylvania residents for the gas that we use, and it's still on. So they haven't forgot it, or they want to do that selective memory, and they want to blame everybody else.
And then when you blame Trump for anything, they're like they call us snowflakes. They go home crying. Joanne, thanks for the call. We'll talk.
All right.
All right, we'll talk Saturday. Thank you so much.
All right.
Let me fit in Cynthia. Cynthia, I got about a minute and a half. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I sent you a text about the bathroom stuff. It's ridiculous. But I'm going to call. I'm calling to say I told you also. Texas is a fool. He actually got up there and was criticizing veterans who said they were on undefended basis. So he is a fool and a traitor. And we don't have enough ships to monitor the 3,000 miles of the Strait of Hormuz. The USS Higgins just caught on fire. I believe the soldiers sabotaged it again because they don't want to follow unlawful orders. And what's really sad about that ship, it was named after a man who had been stationed in Lebanon who was murdered when we shouldn't even have been there. So,
Can I just say one thing before you go? That trans thing in Idaho, am I crazy? I'm not understanding it.
Listen, I sent you a text. I used to go in the Steelers men's bathrooms when the ladies' line was too long. I would have been arrested.
Yeah,
Nobody
of course.
cared.
Yeah, and nobody cared. They laughed. But I don't understand. I know, but this makes things worse. Do you understand?
Yeah, but again, these paranoid freaks.
This makes it worse that a girl, born a girl, trans to a man. And if he doesn't use the women's room, he goes to prison. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
It's again paranoid freaks. They got issues.
That is totally.
A long time ago.
It is crazy. Cynthia, sorry for the short call, but I'm glad you stayed. Thanks a lot. All right, you bet. All right. So, yeah, it's crazy. Now, look. Hey, and by the way, it's the Trump folks that started all the trouble about gas prices and inflation. And then they cry when we criticize them? No, you can't have it both ways. We're going to pick up on all these topics. But hey, listen, my Trumpers who called tonight, they were very respectful and really good. All the callers were great, and I appreciate it. And I get along with all of them, with maybe one or two exceptions. But, anyway, I will see you Saturday.